My peoples. My peoples. Shout out to everybody in the chat who beat a brother to it. You already know what it is. Do we need some more light in here? Do we need some more light in here? Okay, my people down in the chat. Shout out to my girl and Grace the Brace up in this place. You already know what it is. DJ. Y'all people crazy already. Yeah, no doubt about it. Looks like my people are already ushering the show in ahead of time. You know, we could use one more speck of light. One more speck of light, people. One more speck of light. Just once. I know that didn't go along with what I was trying to say, but you know, just one more speck of light. Matter of fact, we're going to add on our secondary camera to keep this thing right. Heck. Let's get to it, people. Hit that like button, share the show. I guess that's good enough. But listen, we're going to go ahead and talk about it today. Some of you guys have been paying attention, and it's crazy that you can go back. You guys can go back to shows as late as, 5 days ago, and you can see where we were discussing this, right? You can see where we were talking about. I am not a fan of Charlie Kirk. Let me see. Let's get this doing. Okay, let's go. Let's get to it, people. You already know. It kind of threw me for a loop to find out that Charlie Kirk was 31 years old. 31 years old. I would have taken him to be 40-something, right? I understand, like, whites and blacks age differently. I understand that, but geez, a lot of the things that, a lot of his talking points and things like that, I don't know, would have had different views had I known he was 31. It's 31. I was not a fan of Charlie Kirk. I could acknowledge the points that he had that were valid when it comes to certain other things, but I have to acknowledge that I believe that Charlie Kirk had some type of thing with the black community. The reason that I say things like that is this. Listen, you hear what Mr. Watts said? Listen. There should be, that's a point right there. Listen, nobody should ever be able to say something like, F that, he was hardcore racist. It's really, really hard. It's really, really difficult. And I want you guys to acknowledge this. It's difficult to mistake someone who is racist for someone who had love for all communities. It's really difficult. Try it. Name any of the people you know. I was never able to understand why Charlie Kirk was so stuck on the black community and the flaws that the black community has, when if you want to, speak on, in wrongdoing and from embezzling to, the white community has enough of that on its own. There's a smorgasbord's worth of research that you could do if you just like talking about injustices. I was never able to understand what it was about the black community that had Charlie Kirk so fascinated about all of the things that are wrong that take place in the black community, right? I want to show you guys something. But I might as well start out by saying this. There's no way that I would condone his life getting taken. There's no way I would condone it, right? For the simple fact is, if you disagree with someone and you want smoke with them, there's plenty of other ways to do it. I could outperform him. You guys heard me talk about it. I wanted all of the smoke with Charlie Kirk. I wanted all of the smoke because I did not like how he would utilize these young-minded college students to ask them questions about the black community. I wanted that smoke.
Blacks
right?
commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders. That's not a war on drugs, that's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture.
I want you guys to pay it like, in my personal opinion, I always heard a type of disdain for the black community in Charlie Kirk. That's what I always heard. I want to play this again really quick.
More crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders. That's not a war on drugs, that's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture. Black people have been legislatively subjugated up until 1965. I'll give it, honestly, it's later, but let's just say 1965. You do not think that 10 generations of legislative subjugation and slavery during that time, 4,000 black men, women, and children are lynched as the result of race riots in this country? You do
country than the populations, that and Native American population. Why is it that Black America is one of the only populations, that and Native American populations, that have not been able to overcome such evil, horrors, and injustices? Here's my perspective, and I want to hear what you have to say, is that the number one way to keep people out of poverty, lower the crime rate, and have a better society is whether or not you have a mom and a dad around. Would we agree that's an ideal? Yeah? Cool. Yeah. And so what happened in 1964 is that 25% of black youth were raised by a single mom. Today, it's nearly 75%, about 70%. So that means that one in...
My brother Ether up in this situation. So, what were you talking about? No lies were told. His points are definitely, as it pertains to violent crimes, as it pertains to violent crimes, those lies are inaccurate. Blacks don't commit more of the violent crimes. It's white society. Have you guys ever noticed that in America, like I told you guys the other day, I tried to do it. I saw an extreme amount of the crazy things that African American women do flying. They're always on the internet. So something prompted me. I wanted to go find some of the debaucherous things that take place in white society, which we know, of course, it takes place. It was difficult. It was very difficult. Even the mass school. Okay. The late, great Kevin Samuel said this, and I think people weren't really paying attention to the extent that they should have been paying attention. Listen to me, people. I want you guys to hear this. The number one thing that African Americans needs to be focused on, we need our own media. We need our own media so that we could control our own image and brand. If we can't control our own image and our own brand, then that means we leave it up to other people to be able to do it. For those of you who don't know what I mean, if black people, if someone wants to make, if people have a reach of 30 million listeners, let's go extreme in that. If people have a reach of 1 billion listeners, they can put up links, put up videos, and say what they want to about African American people, and the world will believe it. Right? Charlie Kirk was building a platform doing the same thing. I want to show you guys something. For those of you, I don't want to pull that up. Well, look, I can't pull it up. Look this up. What ethnic group is responsible for most violent crimes in America? I want someone to look that up. See, it's oftentimes, most people don't look things up. Most people don't. So when we hear things, We just believe it. I wouldn't wish that Charlie Kirk lost his life. I wouldn't wish that. Right. Fly High said their debauchery is suppressed. You don't see it all over social media. They have tens of millions or more of people than us. So how on God's earth, unless we are to say that white people are better than black people, unless we are to say that white people don't do crimes and black people do, then that means there has to be some dirt on them. And we know about it. We see it. The school, there's just so many things. The young children being, all of these things. It's aired and it's dismissed immediately. Ours, if you get on TikTok right now, you'll see things resurfacing from 5 years ago because they have their own media centers. They control our image. We don't. Charlie Kirk was smart enough man to know. Let me see. Let me go ahead and play this.
4 black kids will have a father around. Only 1 in 4 is that 25% of black youth were raised by a single mom.
Okay, listen. Blue Magic said it. FBI says white people. It is. You would have to be nuts to not know that. You'd have to be nuts to not know it. And another thing is, a lot of the things that is perpetrated against black community is not considered crimes, right? So I think anybody as intelligent as Charlie Kirk, who would know to do the research and know to put a spotlight on black people's flaws, he would also have the information to put a spotlight on why black people have certain histories that they have, right? I want to show you guys something. I want to show you something.
And so what happened in 1964 is that 25% of black youth were raised by a single mom. Today, it's nearly 75%, about 70%.
Now let's talk about it. Why is it that we went from African Americans went from an 80% marital rate a little bit before 1970s, 80% marital rate, and it just got dismantled? You think one day that African Americans woke up and said, you know, we don't want to be these amazing fathers anymore. We want to start getting women pregnant and leaving them. Do you really think that's what happened? Do you think we woke up and said, you know what? We're married at an 80% rate. We're married higher than white society. Let's all just start getting divorced. Let's see how many of us can divorce this year. You think that's what happened? It's not what happened. African Americans were systematically attacked. We had the largest exposure to what we know as one of the most addictive substances directly pipelined into our communities. I've talked to you guys about this several times. And you know, the issue that I take up with Charlie Kirk is I know that he knew this. If you have information, watch, I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this.
Were raised by a single mom. Today, is that 25% of black youth were raised by a single mom. Today, it's nearly 75%, about 70%. So that means that 1 in 4 black kids will have a father around. Only
because you took them out of our households. You took them out of our households. The 1980s, that powdery substance that was pipelined. Have you guys ever thought about this? I want you to think about this now. Look, light in the dark beating me to the punch. Light in the dark beating me to the punch. I didn't even get to finish it because the CIA brought DRUGSs into the minority neighborhoods and alcohol convenience stores. We haven't recuperated from that yet. A lot of our fathers are still in prison behind that, all the way from 1980. I know and am related to people who got 180 years. Listen. Now, where I'm from, things are slower. What would be sold for a dime piece in Chicago would be sold for $100 where I'm from. Listen, this right here, trust that I am not lying. Where I'm from, people were getting 30 years in prison for this. They were getting 30 years in prison for it. You push it into black neighborhoods, right? And this is why I'm not glad that he lost his life, because I can only imagine the pain that his family is feeling right now. It's horrific, it's horrendous, and prayers go out to the children and to the mom. I won't even say he brought this up on himself. I believe that anybody like myself who had smoke with Charlie Kirk, you guys heard me talking about it. I was on the thing trying to find out when his next engagements were. I wanted that smoke, right? I don't think that you just take a rifle and, that's a bit extreme, right? I will say that he was pushing hate out into the world. Here's what I mean when I say he was pushing hate out into the world. He was too listen, you guys know this about me. There's not going to be too many subjects to where I'm very far off base. So if I go and I'm speaking about a particular thing and I have all of the details about it, that means I shouldn't be without the rest of the details of it. For instance, if you're spreading that African Americans, the biggest problem in the black community is we don't have fathers at close to an 80% rate, that means you probably have the information as to why. The information as to why is because you guys pushed what we know as the most addictive substance known to the entire black community. We still haven't recovered from that yet. Me and my brother was on the phone just the other day, and I was asking how certain people were doing, and we were talking about certain people whom I knew was addicted to that substance in the 1980s are still back home addicted to it. So if you want to talk about what happened to all of the fathers in the black community, tell the truth. Not only were our fathers turned into zombies, this substance wasn't prejudice. In society, we all know that ill fates that come upon men, society doesn't allow for it to come up on women to the same capacity without society dropping tears. Well, that happened in the black community. When that substance was pumped into our community, it dismantled mothers and fathers. Not only that, when it dismantled us and turned us into zombies running around doing anything that we could, selling our bodies and everything so that we can get another blast. Some people out here in LA were even pawning their kids off for an hour, 13-year-old kids, pawning them off to the street pharmacist for an hour. That thing ripped and ravaged through the black community. Now, the issue I take up with Charlie Kirk is it was intentional what he was doing. He was saying all of the bad things about the black community, but he was intentionally withholding what happened to the black community. What happened to Black Wall Street? What happened to Rosewood? What happened to Bruce's Beach? I want you guys to listen to this really quick. I want you to listen to this, what he says.
Blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders. That's not a war on drugs, that's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture. Black people have been legislatively subjugated up until...
Now, he's talking about all of the ill that African Americans do. Let me say this to you guys. America knows what highly addictive substances can do when they're targeted and concentrated on specific groups of people. You know how we know? Because as of the last 15 years, when the opioid epidemic hit white America, they had to rearrange the laws and the sentencing guidelines so that it wouldn't do to the white community what it did to the black community. If you take any highly addictive substance, pump it through any community, and then the laws that you make, the penalties that you make for touching it are extensive enough to remove people from society for 30 to 70 years at a time, you could easily wipe families out. Easily. And it was starting to happen to the white community. When look up everything that I'm saying right now. Look up everything that I'm saying. She said, you sound slow. Well, I don't mind you coming up and proving anything that I say wrong. How about that? And I challenge anyone. Anyone, there's close to 200 something people on both of these panels. Anybody who disputes anything that I say, I hope that you also have the standing to come up and prove me wrong, because if you prove me wrong, I will concede to your points in front of everyone. But other than that, you probably shouldn't be speaking. If you don't have it, wow.
First of all, when you say about the black community, it was a choice in drugs. It was a choice. I was raised in the 80s. So I watched the drug dealers and I watched the drugs users. So it was a choice. And when the men left the home, that was a choice. The women decided to push the men out the house for the what? The welfare checks. And then you say Charlie, then you talk about Charlie. Charlie was a Christian man. He pushed Christian values. So no. So you mean to tell me pushing Christian values is hate? Pushing Christian values. That's the problem now. We have no God in the world.
Okay.
And listen,
let me ask you this. Since you said he was pushing Christian values, can you give us a few examples?
Every time he did a debate, he came back with scripture. Just
So
like
that's what you call push?
Hold on, you asked me a question.
Oh my
Just like we were
gosh.
talking about the gays. We were talking about the gays. Everybody know being a gay is a sin.
Okay, hold on. You can't keep the whole panel. You can't keep the whole panel. Anytime you make a statement, it's open for me to rebuttal it. Now, I want to ask you this. Who supports the gay community more than anybody? Is it men or women in the African American community?
Everybody has a choice. And see, that's what you keep see that's racism what you doing now. Who is the poorest? Who is this? Who is that? Everybody has a choice.
So
Like,
if I say it wasn't men or women in the black community, that's racism. We're talking about one race. That can't be. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Jeez. If I was talking about black men or black women, then which part was I being racist to? Black men or black women? And can I be racist towards black men or black women? You say I was being racist towards the black community. I welcome anybody to come up here and dismiss anything that I'm saying. She says that it was a choice when that thing got pumped through the black community. Well, if it was a choice, then why did they intervene when that same system of substance come through white America? Tell me, since it was a choice. See, African Americans were giving such high levels of penalties and repercussion for imagine this. Imagine it snowing in every African American community in the United States. And everybody who picks up some snow to taste it and see what it's about gets 40 years in prison. See what I'm saying now? You can say it's a choice, but if it's a choice, then do you know about the 100-to-1 ratio? The 100-to-1 ratio is laws that was written in, meaning this. 400 grams of powdery substance, which is a predominantly white form, right? Roughly estimated to be around $40,000 in sales. A person who got caught distributing, this is law. A person who got caught distributing 400 grams, predominantly white preferred, would receive less sentencing guidelines than a person who got caught with $500 worth of the hard part, predominantly black. Do you know how we know that they knew it was wrong? Because they had to go back some decades later and create another law to undo it called the unfair sentencing guidelines. That's racism. The fact that they had to go back and create something called unfair sentencing guideline proves it was unfair. Unfair to who? Was it unfair to everybody? No, because if it was unfair to everybody, it wouldn't be unfair. It was unfair to blacks. It was unfair to blacks. She said that he was pushing Christian values. Okay, you can push Christian values, but can you push them to everybody? Can you push them to everybody? Because I know hate when I hear it. Me, myself, I can't get up here and say and demonize the white community, right? Because I know some phenomenal white people. So before I did that, I would tell the truth. I would get specific. And I would even go statistics wise. I would name that percentage of the people in that community, because you got to understand, his argument is this: we are 13% of the population, yet we commit 57% of the crime. That was misleading to a degree of evil. Because if we are 13% of the population, and he says, yet we commit 57% of the crime, that would be suggesting every black person is out there committing crime. You would have to say a percentage of the 13% is responsible for that. See, this is what I'm telling you guys. And it's women like her who they get behind certain community, the LGBT community and things like that, and they push that stuff. Which is why when I asked her, in the African American, she started saying that he was renouncing the rainbow community. Okay, so then I asked her, in the black community, who supports the rainbow community more, black men or black women? She said, I'm being racist. We all know the answer. You are in error. You are in error. GTV says he was not racist. I don't think he was full blown racist. I don't. ZF.
Hey, how's it going, Mr. Prince?
Everything is good, man. How was your yesterday, brother?
Oh man, it was a good thing. Got to see some of my a lot of people I hadn't seen in a few years. And this kid that literally grew up next door to me, we're next door neighbors growing up. He's a music artist now, and his dad was playing the drums in the band.
My man. That's what I'm talking about. Anybody want to come up? There's a link down there in the chat on YouTube right now. Talk to me, good brother.
Hey, first of all, everybody, if you're not, everybody hasn't been here before. I'm a moderator. So I got two rules. One, all caps, putting comments in all caps is for moderators only. Two, keep your comments respectful. Disagreement is perfectly fine. Disrespect will not be tolerated.
I'm probably twice your
other
age.
than that,
been through some things. I'm probably
but
twice.
other than that,
Listen, check this out. I want to show you guys something. Go ahead, brother.
Charlie Kirk loved to put out stats with no context.
And listen, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Very.
When you say that blacks are only 13% of the population, yet they commit 57% of the crimes in America, that's 100% saying that the entire black population is doing that. What would be smart would be to say blacks are 13% of the population, and this percentage of that you see what I'm saying?
Right. And also, stats with no context are easily misconstrued.
I agree. There's things that I agree with that he said. Like I like that he was a intellectual. He was an intellectual. I think he would have even gotten better as he gotten older. But I feel as though when you're not pushing those stats out correctly, it's hate. When you're demonized, listen, I just can't understand how people, and listen, I told you guys, I dropped a link down there, and I want everybody to know this. I don't support his death. I think if you really wanted some smoke with him, find out where he's going to be and challenge him. Like, to get a rifle out, that's extreme. That's extreme.
Oh, absolutely.
The man had a wife. The man had children. And the heartache that they're going to suffer is going to be a lifetime of it. Right? So
absolutely,
there's no justification for that. I don't.
Nah.
But listen, hold on. I'm going to tell you something else, ZF. Here's the bad part about America. Do you know how badly they wish that it was a black person that did that? No one wants to turn around and say, we did that. They don't want to point the finger at white America for doing that. The hate is large for what was done. But if the hate was large, what are you going to say if you find out that it was a white man who done it? Are you going to condemn white America?
He could have went to DePaul University in Chicago and left there alive.
Yep.
He might have got lumped up or something.
Yep.
But he would have left DePaul University in Chicago alive. I promise you.
100%.
The other thing though, if it was Charleston White people wouldn't be mad.
Better believe it.
They wouldn't be talking about he was a human being and all this other old shit.
I agree with you. Brother Joseph.
So
go ahead. I'm just tell me how your night's
brother.
going, brother.
Man, listen here, man. You know, God is in the blessing business, not the stressing business.
100%.
You know what I'm
100%.
saying?
Hey, I'm coming right back to you, Joseph. I'm coming right back to you. Go ahead,
Okay,
finish
big
up,
brother.
ZF.
no, so all I'm saying is this, right? He said a lot of wild shit. And honestly, I don't condone what this man did. I do not. But here's the other thing. I'm not going to feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for his family.
No, hold
hold
on. Do you know what Charlie Kirk was famous for saying? He was famous for saying he doesn't believe in sympathy and empathy.
Exactly. So he wouldn't want y'all feeling sorry for him. And then on top of that, he said a certain amount of pew pew violence
is
necessary to keep the Second Amendment intact.
Yeah.
Hey, nigga, stand on business. Stand on business, young man.
What I've come to understand is, we spoke on this yesterday. A white life is more valuable than a black life in America. It's just that simple. Like the outrage that's taking place because of his life right now. Somebody said, prove what he said. Prove what he said. Look, somebody else down here said, F this channel. The fact that we're not up here saying that everything that he said was right, there's hate taking place in the chat now. There's hate. But listen, I want those of you who are saying F this channel, I submit to you right now, demonstrate that same hate towards your race. If they find out that it's a white person who did this, will you blame white society? Will you give white society that same degree of hate you're giving this channel? No, we know you won't, because you pad something whenever you do it. Brother Joseph.
Yes, sir, brother.
Talk to me. What's your thoughts?
Let me tell you something. Charlie Kirk was a terrorist. And that's straight up, especially to the black community. This man didn't do nothing but try to cause division. And right in the middle of him running his mouth about the black community, you understand, that action went right through his neck.
Listen,
Now,
I want to say this. I don't believe his life should have been took, though. I believe he was a divisionist, and I believe that he was spreading hate propaganda about the black community. But I believe anybody, man, I believe I should be able to say what I want to say. I believe you should be able to say what you want to say. To bring violence into it, to me, that's a bit of mental illness or something. The man had a wife and children. You know, I have children, man. For somebody to bring gunplay into it like that, you know what I mean? That's a bit extreme, man. His kids are going to have to see the playback of that for the longest, but go ahead.
You said the man's motto was no sympathy, no empathy.
He said it out of his own mouth.
Now I'm just saying, look, you can read Proverb 126. The Bible say God will laugh at their calamity. Listen, I don't come around here, man. I'm not laughing at no man's life being taken or nothing like this here. But every time this man opened his mouth, he was causing terror to the black community. Oh, if it's a black pilot, I'm going to have to check and make sure his credentials.
Listen, and I want to see
community.
All of the people down in the comments who are saying F this channel. What do you think about someone who, this is not AI, this is real. What do you think about someone who says, if I get on an airplane and I see it's a black pilot, I'm concerned whether or not he's qualified? You think that's Christianity? You think that's love?
That's not love. The man was not listen, the man was not a man of God. Hold on, bro. The man was not a man of God. He was a full-fledged hypocrite that hid behind, you understand, the fact that he was a cold-blooded racist. And listen, I don't have a problem with a man being racist, but listen here. You just keep that over there, but he was very disingenuous in the things he said. He's like, what? He in the middle of this. Let me tell you something. If karma was something sent from up above, Charlie Kirk is the full proof of it.
I mean,
Straight
listen,
up.
you guys know me. You guys know me. Look how I dismantle our own women who are the same color of me. I hold black men accountable. See what I've learned. Here's what I've learned. I've learned this. In America, you guys know this will never be our home. We live here, but we will never be treated equally. Our life will never be the same value as a white life. What I have learned, there's the same people down there in these chats right now who have watched me day after day talk about how black women are making our community look bad, talk about how black women, the ones who dress a certain way and move a certain way, to me, they belong to Satan. But the moment that I get up here and repeat something that man said, fuck this channel. This is what I'm telling you.
Let them feel that way. But at the end of the day, bro, listen. Charlie Kirk, I want anybody to find me one interview. For every interview you find, I'll give you $30, $50 of him saying something positive about BLK people.
I agree. Listen, I can find negative things to say about the white community, but you can best believe that I'm sensible enough to know I can also find positive things to say about the white community. So why
That's
would
right.
I always focus on the negative?
He never said nothing positive. Never.
Listen, Martin
And,
Luther
and
King.
he
Listen,
was
Martin Luther King made a bad decision of supporting integration, but he went on air to say this: Justice Thomas by far was a greater man than Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King lost his life about this stuff, man. Lost his life about it, man. That
man.
Here's
even
the
if you
thing, though.
believe something like that, man, you probably shouldn't say it out loud. Look what 50 Cent made a post today. 50 Cent made a. Those of you who are giving me the thumbs down, do you know that that's boosting the algorithm up? Listen, give me about 10 more. That gets that interaction going. Give me about 10, 15 more. This is what I'm telling you right now. This is why I said that this will never be your home, because you're not free to voice your opinion. Look down there in those comments. If you're white, you are free to voice your opinions. If you're black, you are not. Shout out to my brother Joe up in this situation, always rocking with us.
And here's the thing, Stacey. All these people mad at us about not. Here's the thing: we don't condone none of this. We all have said we don't condone it. We wouldn't have done it, and he didn't deserve it.
Oh, hold on,
All
my
those
fault.
people mad at us.
Somebody asked me what I was going to finish. They said, what 50 Cent say? 50 Cent, see, this is how a lot of black people are. 50 Cent said, you guys want to know how I feel about Charlie Kirk today? He said, this is one of those times where you're supposed to shut the fuck up. You see what I'm saying? That was a high level of wisdom. Like he chose not to say anything, right? But what I've come to understand is that no matter what, listen, we could get up here and we can talk about Jeffrey Dahmer right now and determine on his skin color. It's not tolerated. But go ahead, Z, if you were speaking.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, all these people mad at what, because we don't feel sorry for dude. Where was all this energy for Ayanna Stanley Jones? Where was all this energy for Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, Sonia
100%.
Massey, Castile, Tamir Rice?
I was about to say
was all
Tamir
this
Rice.
energy?
Listen, hold on. We're going to do this. Hold on, ZF. We're going to do this like this. To all of the people down there in those comments, I want you to search yourself right now. I'm not going to argue with you. I want you to search yourself right now and answer this man's question. Because we're up here, not that we went and took a rifle and did something to Charlie Kirk, because we're up here speaking on things that he said out of his mouth. There's a lot of hate taking place. We want to know how you felt when that woman's life was taken by police, Sandra Bland. How you felt when Tamir Rice, how old was Tamir Rice? How old?
Tamir was 12. Ayanna Stanley Jones was 9.
Now, I want to ask you people how you felt about that.
Listen, when Charlie Kirk,
Philando Castile was a lot. Wait, hold on, brother.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Philando Castile did not have a criminal record at all. At all. And he lost his life to a trigger happy cop who took his life in front of his daughter. Where was this energy?
But we never see it. You know what you will see? You'll see African American people. We'll say something like, man, Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to have his life took. But you don't really see a lot of the opposite. It's either don't speak, either you support us and you grieve with us, or you don't say anything. That's just what it is. I keep telling you guys, we will never be home here. They're talking about right now freedom of speech, but yet they're saying fuck this channel because we're executing that.
No. Watch this here.
Nah, here.
You know when the
I'm gonna
flood
say
helped.
one last
Hold
thing real quick,
on. One at a time. Hold on.
One last thing real quick, bro. One last thing real quick, bro. Look, I'm not saying that nobody felt that way, but where was the energy? You know what I'm saying? Y'all are putting all this energy into it, and just say it's because he looked like you, and I'll respect it.
Right.
But you ain't gonna say that because you scared.
Right.
All right, watch this here. You know the flood that happened in Texas, right? Man, Charlie Kirk was quick to come on TV to call the fire chief, who was 2 to 3 hours away, a DEI hire, right? Now watch what he's so disingenuous, but this man is supposed to be a man of God, right? Now the proof came out that not only did the people who was over that county, the man over the whole county say he had his phone off. This is doing a weather alert, you understand, of a flash flood warning that took out children and everybody else. He never came on TV to criticize those people who had done those things. And I can guarantee you that it's going to come out. I don't know what it is that Charlie Kirk was probably doing something that the Trump administration wanted to disassociate
Goodbye, Miss Gladys.
and distance themselves from. I can guarantee you that.
Miss Cam, baby.
Hi, how are you?
My life is amazing. Tell me how your night is going.
It's going good, winding down.
What's your thoughts? What do we have wrong up here?
Wrong? Nothing.
I'm gonna tell you what's really disappointing. I'm an ever evolving man myself. So even the things that we have experienced, we know racism has been predominantly thrown in our faces the whole time that we've been alive in America. I still try to view things from a different perspective. But every time we see something like this on these platforms, anytime white people try to put you in your place, and I'm not saying all white people because we have a mass of white people who support the show and who have been supporting the show, right? It's almost like, hey, you don't speak on our issues, but yet Charlie Kirk's, I'll say about 50%, 40 to 50% of his push was to denigrate the black community. Now,
Sure was.
this is the type of man I am. You guys know there's black women who can't stand me because I hold us accountable. I hold us accountable. How is it that they're not on this platform when I'm doing that every day, raising hell? You see what I'm saying? It's almost like, hey, you know your place. Stay in your place. Don't you speak on white person. And that stuff is still taking place today. You can see it down in those comments. Like me, I don't give a damn about the comments. You know, I'm with smoke. You know what I mean? I don't care about that type of stuff. But I'm talking about the degree of hypocrisy. I'm telling you something he said out of his mouth. He said he believes that empathy is a form of mental illness and sympathy. So does that still apply right now?
Charlie Kirk was a community college dropout. He was a nobody. I mean, this man did nothing but run. He made it claim to fame by running his mouth, trying to downgrade BLK people. He preyed on that, and that alone with that receding hairline he had. If you had to ask me, the man was a step above special education. There's no way in the world. I mean, you understand, he could speak on anybody's affairs. You a community college dropout. You could not cut it in community college.
Hey, anybody down there who has disagreements, there's a link right there. You can come on. You don't have to keyboard gangster. You can come on up. Go ahead, Cam, baby. What's your thoughts?
I believe that no one should unalive it that way, especially when you have a family.
I agree.
I shouldn't say but because that negates the first statement.
No, but I agree with you. I agree with you. We've said that several times up here. I don't think anything that, like, I believe he was spreading hate in some instances.
He was.
Yeah, but I mean, me myself, if somebody had to ask me, he's got wife and kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't condone that. That's going to be a lifelong of pain or whatever. But my issue is the same is not reciprocated to the black community. Nobody gives a damn about
It will
Martin
never
Luther.
be reciprocated.
Yeah.
Because we're still, what is it, 3/4 of a human being?
Yes.
And that's still in the, I don't even remember, Declaration of Independence or some other stuff. Like, we're still 3/4 of a human being. The only thing I see is maybe his children won't grow up to be bigots like him.
Right.
And
Right.
that's the only, that's
because their dad's gone.
Yeah. And as someone whose father
That's gonna
passed,
add fuel to the fire.
Go ahead,
it
Kevin.
might.
Baby.
As someone who lost, my father passed away when I was 7. So, you know, I don't wish that on anybody. And I did have a stepdad, but you know, my stepdad can only do so much. He's never going to be able to fully replace my father, even though, you know, I've been with my stepdad longer than I was with my father, but still, you know, I don't wish that on the kid.
But you know,
so
I'm going
I
to
feel for.
I agree with everything that you just said, Cam, baby. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. Malcolm X was assassinated for this very same thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
For speaking his piece.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther King. These are two individuals who walked into the fire knowing that it was going to take place. Now, what I can't understand is, how are we supposed to be in a greater uproar? I don't know what is expected of us to be live. I don't know if people are expecting to come to this channel and see, oh, I can't believe it. No. We've experienced this with people we genuinely love, right?
Yeah.
This is a pattern in our lives, right?
Yes.
And let's not talk about the people. Still, what was that, 3 years ago, they're still hanging black people. They found those 2 bodies in California.
It just happened a couple months ago in Ohio.
See what I'm saying? So when you expect high levels of sympathy for us, we still have scabs on our arms. We have other stuff to tend to. And my other point is this. I often hear people say things like, if you don't like America, leave, this and that. Well, you have to take this portion of it with that. You built this. Because what we know is there's low odds that was an African American person who did that.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got NBA young boy out there. You know what I'm saying? Hold it down, NBA.
No, listen. A BLK man at that rally or a BLK woman at that rally with a high powered
and hitting from 200 yards
would have stuck out like a sore thumb.
Right.
In Utah, let's be clear, the moment that he would have landed.
Hold on, one at a time.
Sorry.
No, you got the floor, Cam, baby.
No, I was just saying the moment that he landed, they would have been like, something suspicious about this unidentified BLK man walking in the airport. What's going on here? It would have raised red flags.
No, brother Joshua, we don't look at it like that. If you were here earlier, I have some white people in my life who have done so much for me to where I have no choice but, like, seriously. I know 2 right now. Like, so he said, stop thinking every white person doesn't care. It's fucking old. See, here's the difference. Black people have never had that mindset. If you pay attention to black people, if you really pay attention to black people, they just want to be left alone.
Honestly.
If you pay attention, when listen, check this out. Now I'm going to switch this over to the boxing world. Pay attention to black people. Black people, we look at 2 fighters, like Canelo versus Bud Crawford. I got Canelo. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. Black people have never had that racist tendency to them, like, I'm standing on business just because my nigga black and things like that. We just, like me, I've never been to New England. I've been a New England Patriot fan for 15 years, except for the last 7 years, right? Black people don't have it in them to really be looking at situations from a racist perspective. And I'm going to tell you this, if you come across some, you can best believe some high-level things were perpetrated against them. Black people, for the most part, just want to be. If you pay attention to the Latino community, and I'm not saying this is wrong, but like, man, Floyd Mayweather was invincible. Invincible. But if you look at the Latino community, when it would come fight time, they would be standing, they, you know, even to this day, they'll say Floyd cheated, they'll say this, they'll say that, right? Black people don't really do that. We kind of just call things what they really are. You'll never see us really operating from a place of favoritism or racism. Do you know that white young lady that just, the black man took her life? Do you know how many black people are all over social media condemning that?
Yeah.
At high levels? See, it's different. And you don't understand that because some of you who don't know what it's not like to not have racist bone in your body, you can't understand how we move. But we really do move according to what we see. We don't move. Listen, I'll go so far as to say something that's crazy. I think that the fact that black people are, hold on. I think that the fact that black people are like that we don't have that, I think it's our biggest downfall. We don't have that sense of stick together now, no matter what that other races have. Black people really will say, nah, OJ did that shit. Now, OJ did that shit. But other communities won't. They'll be like, that's our brother, and we stick with. I think black people should adopt that mentality because everybody else seems to have it.
Hey, I'm just saying though, the chances of a black dude taking Charlie Kirk's life are so slim. There's like 22 black people in Utah, and 9 of them play for the Jazz.
Hey, but I'll say this, ZF. To pin something like that on a black person would be the perfect excuse to pop off a race war.
Yeah.
Because from what I understand, they haven't found the person yet.
No, it wouldn't, man. Let me tell you something. That one thing I could say, people ain't gonna fall for that. They, you know,
brother, you better get. Hold on, brother. You better get on Twitter and Facebook right now. They're looking for an excuse. There was on MSNBC, I forget who it was, that says listen, they're pitting it from a Democratic Republican standpoint. They're turning it into a gang banging situation. And there's a guy, some of you may have heard him. I'm Your Huckleberry. Now, I rock with some of his content, but even he took it to a negative position today, talking about you Democrats this, you Democrat. How in the world can you label one large group of people? Listen, you can't do that. Because a lot of black people, the majority of black people who are Democrats, they don't even know why they're Democrats. They don't even know the fundamental beliefs behind being a Republican or being a Democrat. So when you put Democrats against Republicans, you can't do that. So does that mean that the intentions they're saying that Democrats need to pay for this, but you know what they're really saying? So does that involve my grandmother too?
Wait, but let me say this right here, man. Now, listen. I will say this. You know, you have little pieces of the news, but I'm gonna tell you this about this country right here, man. Everybody got something to say behind closed doors. But as far as falling into the race war stuff, I can guarantee you that will never happen. I've been in the military, man, and I've traveled. And let me tell you, every YT dude, Latino guy that I met in the military in the beginning, we all think there's some type of differences in our homes. But then we come to realize, man, look, we all living the same. We all paying the bills.
Nah, bro, that's not true.
To,
you need it. You don't have a Twitter account, do you, brother? You don't have a Twitter account, do you?
No,
I know you don't.
No, but you know as well as I do, there's a lot of studio gangsters behind.
Brother, they got busted out here in California in a U-Haul. What was that, 3 years ago, trying to pop it off? Like, see, when I say pop it off, I don't mean 10 of them get out with their pum. I'm talking about set a stage and create an event where the thing can get. Brother, if you don't believe that there are large, organized groups of hate groups that really want that to go down, I don't know what to say to you.
No. I believe that there's groups that want that to go down. But at the end of the day, hey, I want Holly Berry. That don't mean I'm a haver.
Nah, you know, brother, you making a complete different comparison. Like,
no. It's never gonna happen.
All right, brother. All right.
It's never gonna happen.
Man, the woman just told you that in Ohio, what was that? She said 3 months ago, a man was found hanging, man. What do you consider that? I mean, come on, brother.
No, listen. What I'm saying is, there can be.
Now, I'm gonna tell you right now. You can think you want that, like you can think they want that. They really don't. Because there's too many. There's too many brothers out here like me, you, and Stacy. Because I promise you, You send somebody to my house, say goodbye to
Bro,
them first,
y'all
'cause you
talking from a
never
very
see 'em again.
unrealistic stat. Listen, let me say this to you
But
guys.
there's a
Hold on,
large
brother. Hold
number
on, brother.
of
Hold on.
YT people that
Hold
are
on,
good
bro.
people.
Hold on. What I'm telling you guys is the African American community could not stand an attack from any race of people. No race of people. We couldn't stand an attack from a group of 10,000 people, man. African Americans don't really like each other. They're unorganized. They have no communications with each other. We have too many bastard children out there who are all just scattered abroad. We have people running around popping them from, holding those things, shooting them from sideways. They're not going to listen. These people, man, have 6-year-old daughters out there on their doing physical shooting ranges in their backyards, man. Now I don't know where for you guys live in La La Land. Me myself, I don't care about death. Is not. It's been a long time since I've been afraid of death. Like I'm an individual who's I've been prepared for things. Like me and my brother, we're preppers. We've been prepared for this. But what any group of people will tell you, preppers will tell you, it doesn't matter how many of those things that you have, you also need that same amount of arms to go with them, that same amount of hands to go with them.
There are too many good white people and good black people for that to happen.
So, brother,
There's
why have
always
black people
gonna
been
be-
getting done how they've been getting done for the... Listen, let me ask you this, since you stand on that point. Do you believe that people in the white community know how black people have been getting done as it pertains to any time we get caught with that white powdery substance getting 50 years, 80 years? Do you believe that white people know that that's wrong, that we get done like that?
They know it's wrong. But
okay,
we
hold
also
on.
know-
How
Go ahead.
if what you're saying is true, how come they didn't come together and stand against that?
Let me just tell you right here. Nancy Reagan told you on the TV, say no to drugs. I mean D-rugs. I apologize, D-rug. But let me just say this right here.
Hold on. I need you to hold
address
on.
this.
No. I need you to address the point. You
Okay.
said there's too many good white folks out there for somebody
There's just too many.
Okay, so brother, how come they didn't stand up when our parents were getting slaughtered by the 1980s crack epidemic and getting 80 years and things like that? But for that same white people touching it, they were getting like probation. How come white America didn't say, how in the world can you guys be giving these people 100 years for something that weighs a gram? How come they didn't stand up and outroar about that?
Big brother, the truth of the matter is, go do the stats. There's been all these attorneys for these companies that have gotten BLK people out of prison have been white.
Brother,
They
let me
have
help you
been
understand
white.
something. Brother, do you know the 100-to-1 ratio law? It means a person who the predominantly white DRUG powder, that thing is substantiated by you can get caught with 400 grams of it, worth an estimated $50,000. That same person can distribute $500 worth of CRACK, which is predominantly black, and receive less time than them, brother. They had to.
Stacey, I agree with you right there, brother. But what I'm saying to you is, just because someone set a trap for you, don't mean you have to get the trap. You teach on your show accountability for
Yeah,
women.
but brother, you evading the question. I was going off of what you said. You said there's too many good white people to let something like that. When has it gotten stopped?
What I'm saying, as far as going to the WAR in this country, man, we won the Civil War with the aid of white people.
Fighting whose war?
We can call it whatever we want, but they helped us beat their people.
We helped them.
Whether we want to agree
Yeah.
those people help us beat their own people.
We helped them.
We
were
weren't even
still
allowed
slaves.
to fight.
History class.
Okay, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, bro, it took good YT people and good BLK people to win that war.
We were slaves.
They did it out of
Never mind. He doesn't understand. He don't understand.
You're right. Whatever you want to say, man. You know, you can't make those people all bad, bro. And I can guarantee you that.
No, he admitted that they weren't all bad. You're not.
Okay, then. But what I'm saying is a very, very small number that wants some evil to pop off. There's a little leaving that
Bro,
at the end of the day, bro.
You got that whole perspective backwards.
Yeah.
They tell you something, own freedom at first until they started getting their ass kicked.
Can I please
Go ahead,
explain?
Cam, baby.
So
I agree
this
with
is
you on
Hold
that,
on,
man.
hold
I'm
on.
not
Let her speak.
disagreeing.
One at a time.
so I get what you're saying. You feel like there's a lot of Caucasian people who are not full blown bigots, and I understand that. The ones that are full blown bigots are in the that 3K word, whatever. I get it. They're not as loud and proud, but just because they're not bold in your face racist does not mean that microaggressions are not a thing, and that's a form of racism as well. So, as someone who grew up in a predominantly YT neighborhood, I promise you that they don't like you either. They don't care. They're just
Ma'am,
one of those
I
black.
don't care that they don't
I didn't
like me.
Joseph. I didn't
Joseph, brother, you
interrupt
don't have to
you.
get
Okay,
disrespectful, brother. It's a woman, man.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that just because it's not all out in your face and bold, and you think that if a race war were to happen that they would help you, I promise you they would not. A lot of people that you think actually care about you, or oh, he's a good guy, will be the first person like in a purge to knock your head off your shoulders. And I really think that I understand and I enjoy your faith in humanity,
Yeah, it's
but
crazy though.
as
Not that much faith.
somebody who has grown up around that, and I'm talking about like my father is an engineer, my mother has 2 master's degrees. I grew up in those areas where in the mansions and stuff like that. I grew up. Well, we have a really big house in the mansion, but I grew up around those people going to their houses. They look at you sideways, regardless of how you feel. And I speak correctly. I have a degree. Like in those settings at my job, you're still looked at sideways. You're still looked at crazy, no matter how you feel, how you carry yourself, how you conduct yourself, how professional you speak, how YT you speak, how, oh, hi, how are you? Good morning today.
That's
They
a
still don't like you.
fact.
They don't like you. And it's
And of
because of the
course,
color
we
of your
know that that
skin.
doesn't apply to 100% of white, because like I said,
Absolutely.
I got some who I have on my own
I
adopted
have
as family.
YT family members,
I have
and I
adopted them,
promise
and I
you,
will go to smoke. There's about
and
3 people in my
they're
life I go to
YT
smoke
men, and
about
I
that's white.
know they be eating the mess out of my auntie coochie. I'm just saying, they're white men, but it's a very small demographic. My mother went to high school in Georgia, Stone Mountain, Georgia, and they were burning crosses on top of Stone Mountain. Like, I don't know
Shout
how
out to
they were
Tremaine in
in
this
my state,
situation.
in Cincinnati, in Columbus, Ohio, where they ran them up out of there because they tried to hop out and be racist out there. Like they ran them up out. Like it
I don't even
happened.
think we
It
even have
happened
to
a
keep
couple
talking
months
about
ago.
this. This is like so factual to like, because you got to understand, things have been taken away from black people. If what you're saying is true, then that
I
means
agree.
no one should have stood by and watched Black Wall Street be done like it was done. Bruce's
Right.
Beach, man, that's out here in California. I mean, if what you listen,
Man,
I will go so far as to say this: white America literally has the power to shut down all of the injustices that are perpetrated against African Americans. If they were, listen, how do you think they keep it from happening to them like they do? What white people do is they form real, not like the petty stuff we do. They shut Walmarts down. They shut businesses down. And the people, the police departments who were getting money donated to them, Walmart will lean on the police departments, whoever did this injustice to blacks, and they'll be like, listen, you guys are taking unarmed blacks' lives. Listen, white America, I haven't made $1 in like a year, and you guys gotta, this is what I'm telling you. The reason we know they have the power is because look how they operate when injustices are performed against them.
I don't agree with this type of thinking, man. Straight up.
All right. I appreciate you coming
No
up,
way
man.
in the world, man. All right, Stacy. Take care, brother.
You take
Thanks
care.
for having me. All right.
Boy.
Hey, so here's the thing, Stacey.
Boy.
Here's the thing, Stacey. Okay. Say what he was talking about was to happen. The people he's talking about aren't the ones that'll get up and fight. They'll watch.
Yeah, because they're decent. They don't want no smoke.
Right.
Decent
See,
people don't want
like,
no smoke. That don't mean there ain't no decent
right.
people out there. I'm telling you right now, man. Go to Twitter. Go to Instagram. They're using the NIG. Listen, some of these threads got 15,000 comments on them, man. On a regular. I didn't even know that these platforms allowed that type of hate on it. And listen, now imagine, and listen, I'm not even talking about as of today. Imagine going to those. Listen, I tell you what, I can't. I was about to say, I dare anybody right now. It's one of the pages is called Modern Day Winston Churchill. Go to that page today and see what it's talking about. Extermination. I guarantee it is, because even outside of the Charlie Kirk situation, they regularly on a regular day. When you guys have seen that clip where the black girls were dancing at the graduation, ratchet dance or whatever, on that page they have it stuff like that. They don't use the NIGGA, they use the NIGGR on that page.
Yeah, hard ER. And on Twitter, it's the worst. They have white tea supremacists lives like this one, and Myron tried to get in there from Fresh and Fit. He tried to get in there, and they gave him the business.
As they should have, because he. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like he came in there trying to agree with him. It was like, man, if you don't get your non-white ass the fuck out of here,
right?
Okay, so check this out. Somebody just said this. So stop selling and using DRUGSs. It's simple. I'm done with you, man. No such thing as white people. Stay on the plantation, Stacy. Okay. So here's the thing. Another thing that Charlie Kirk, one of his talking points was, there's no such thing as white privilege, right? And I was really disappointed in the people who he would ask this to. They were young, of course. I get it, you know what I mean? But is it true or false that we all make mistakes, even crime mistakes?
True.
Okay. Now, see, the reason that we know white privilege exists is our life mistakes that we all make come with different repercussions. They come with different repercussions. Somebody just said, stop selling DRUGSs and things like that. Okay, there's whites that have slipped down that slope too. Maybe they weren't even bad people. The repercussion that they face is different than the repercussion I face. That's racism. They have laws called unfair sentencing guidelines. They're the white society. These are laws that are bills that are trying to be passed by white society because it's unfair. It's unfair.
Like here's the thing. Here's the thing. People always think that YT privilege is monetary. It's not. It's the simple fact that the color of your skin doesn't make your life harder.
Yes. Yeah. And my first time hearing Charlie Kirk say that, I thought it was, I didn't think it was AI, but I thought something else was going to come. I didn't think it was real. I didn't think it was a real question. I thought he was going somewhere with it. I can't believe there's one person on planet Earth. Listen, the prime minister of Israel, what was that, 6 years ago, accused the America of genocide against black people. Anybody who doesn't believe in white privilege, you're forcing yourself to believe that. I can't get in the same amount of trouble you can get into. We can do the same thing, have the same record, and I will get a harsher sentence than you. Now that's a fact. That's a fact.
It is a fact. That's a hard one. Just really quick. There in my state, these boys, those 3 boys, a BLK man, fully, a mixed boy, black and white, and a white tea man. They were at a college party at Kent University. They were being followed and harassed by 2 white tea boys at the party. I don't know exactly what happened. They all got into a brawl. The YT man unalived one of the YT boys that were attacking them. Now, if you're there in the commission of a crime, all of you guys are going down. The YT boy got 6 months.
That's what I'm telling you.
Boy got 5 years.
That's what I'm telling you.
The BLK boy got 15 or 10 years. The YT man was the one who had all of the bodily fluids on him in his shoes. He got 6 months. He served 3, and he was on probation. That mixed boy got 2 years. His parents had a great lawyer. I grew up in the same neighborhood as him. He lived in a big ass mansion. Big as hell. Big ass mansion. got 2 years. That BLK boy was from the hood. They all helped him get a good lawyer. He had a great lawyer. He still got 10 years.
You better know it.
Same
And that's
crime,
regular.
same day, same situation, 3 different sentences for the same people that were all doing the same thing. And the YT boy admitted, yeah, I knew I was going to unalive him because he was disrespecting my friend. Said it on the stand. Said it. And they gave
He
him
knew
6
he had
months.
white privilege. He knew it. That's why
Yeah.
he was that bold to say that. I know who. Listen, ZF. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Listen, I challenge everybody watching this right now. I dare anybody who says they don't believe in white privilege. Look this up. ZF, you probably know about it. It took place out here in California. You guys familiar with the white kid? He was online. He was just looking up things, and he started loving gangster music and this and this and that. And he was online. I believe he found a way to get in touch with some Crips over in L.A. Right? And he started hanging with them. This was a rich kid, super rich, right? Had a Mercedes or whatever. He got jumped into the Crips. Long story short, him and 2 of the Crips went on a run to murk somebody, right? And it went down. Mission accomplished. They got busted. Listen, don't you know that they disassociated that white kid from that unaliving, disassociated it with him from him. People wrote letters saying he's a good kid. He just got caught up in the wrong stuff. Listen, that boy got removed from that whole thing, man.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Listen,
I'll give you. Okay, I will give you an example of YT privilege, right? So up north by Stanford University, or was it Berkeley? I can't remember. They're not too far from each other anyway.
Wow.
But after a party, and after a night out, dude sees this YT kid sees this girl passed out.
Hey, keep on going, real ZF. I just want to ask a question. Hey, I want you guys to give me a thumbs up if you believe in white privilege. Give me a hell no if you don't. Go ahead, ZF.
So the young YT college student kid, I believe it was Stanford, but he sees this girl passed out in the alley, takes her body while she's unconscious. While she's unconscious, he got 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm familiar with that.
Because the judge went to Stanford.
Yeah, the judge literally said he's not going to sentence him to state prison.
I remember that.
It would have an effect on him.
Yep, I remember that.
That is the point.
Listen, I think here's where I think the clash. Now, I'm also wondering, ZF, what percentage of white America would you say really are decent people, but they say they don't believe in white privilege? They don't say no. What percentage would you say really are just unintentionally naive to it? What percentage would you say? And they really don't believe,
Well, honestly, I'd literally say 60, because hold on,
ZF. I'm talking about what percentage of white America would you say is really just ignorant to the injustices that black people face and things like that? They just really ignorant to it.
Okay. 75. And yep, absolutely. Because they don't get taught it.
Bro, but it only takes for you to see on the news, how would I feel if I got sentenced to 60 years for possessing something as big as that? It's television.
But they don't look at it like that until most people can't internalize something until it happens to them. That's how
ZF, they're seeing people. Listen, the boy Laquan in Chicago, what was that, 8, 9, 10 years ago? They lit that boy. Amadeo Diallo got hit up in New York 56 times, man. Pop, 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 pop.
And how many YT people do you think give a fuck?
I ain't talking about how many give a damn. I'm talking about, man, you just have to be, if you're a decent person at all, then according to you, we have to say they're illiterate then, man. What you don't want for your son, you should be able to identify as wrong.
Do you know how many people were against the Affordable Care Act because it had Obama's name on it, which he didn't even put on there? Hold on, let this ambulance pass.
That's crazy. Unarmed black man fatally popped up by off-duty cop after offering roadside help. See, this is what I'm telling you, man.
Right.
Now, you're not going to convince me that
So
white
this is
people
what
are
I'm
just
saying, though.
crazy, man.
This is what I'm saying, though. People don't put themselves in that position until it happens to them. Do you know how many people were for the Affordable Care Act but against Obamacare, and they were the exact same thing, and Obama didn't even name it? Some Republican did, put it under his name, and it was actually Bush's idea.
Listen, let me shout out my brother Joe, my brother Joe up in here again. Appreciate you with the show support, my brother with the Cash App. My brother made a couple of points that I'm intrigued with. My brother Joe made, let me see. Y'all go ahead.
John McCain was against it till he needed it. You know what I'm saying? All these farmers out here losing their farm, they voted for this, and now they want other people to have empathy and bail them out. But these are the same ones that was saying that people who thought different than them politically weren't even American.
Shout out to Corporal in this situation with the super chat, my brother. I always appreciate your support, man.
People sit there and say, well, if you don't like it here, leave. But then when other people don't like it in their country, they want them to stay and fight it. Just say you want a YT America. Just say it. I will respect that.
Me too. I respect that.
I'll think you're a dumbass, but I'll respect it.
Well, that's already what we live in. I'm going to tell you something. I believe this. I believe that black people legit just want to be left alone. I believe that with my entire heart.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about it, the times we've built things, what was the purpose of building it? To have our own. But those things come by and get taken, burnt down, or set aflames, man. I do not think that white America would have much problem out of black people. Well, there's no need to let off any forms of systematic oppression because there's billions and trillions of dollars at stake there, so that'll never happen. But I'm just saying, Ken says Charlie Kirk was right. I respect that. I don't disregard anybody's opinion. Somebody
Right
else
about
says
what?
he was a man of God. Okay, let me see. I believe this. I'll go so far as to say this. I believe that he probably did try to enact Christian values as it pertains to him and his family. But see, me, I do love God. So it would make it hard for me to demonize a group of people without intentionally demonize them. Like anybody who could really say really bad things about black people, but not say this as well, there has been some really bad things done to them. Come on, man. I think it would have been even better if the things that happened to us that destroyed a lot of us a lot of us are destroyed as human beings. But now, we didn't just wake up one morning. We used to have an 80% marital rate. We didn't just wake up and say, you know what, we tired of living these good, productive, complete family lives. We're not going to do it anymore. No. We were dismantled.
Mm-hmm.
We can pull up video. All of the things that did it are available. Listen, I'm going to say this to you guys. There's a reason that Donald Trump says that it is important to erase those parts of history. He literally said, we don't want people looking at us like we are evil. Exactly. Erase the bad things that we did. Is there anybody who disagrees that he said that? Is there anybody? He's talking about even the museums. That stuff doesn't need to be in the museums. Now that's acknowledging what was done to black people. A lot of people suggest the thing. Listen, I don't even know why we say done as in past tense. It's still being done. It's still being done. We cannot get in the same kind of trouble that a white person can get into. We will do more time in prison.
The Tuskegee experiments went on until. Shut up, stupid ass.
Yeah,
dog.
Let's talk about the Tuskegee experiments.
They went on until I was 2 years old. That they didn't end until my lifetime. And that's on the books. It probably kept going under another name or unofficially way longer than that.
Listen, somebody made a good point. Quake Style said, what about Kyle Rittenhouse unalived some protesters and got away with it and they gave him a rally? Listen, imagine if that was a black man.
Or what about What about that white boy that walked into that black church and unalived 9 people and they took him to Burger King?
Listen, you see how quiet that thing has gotten? See how quiet it's gotten? Listen,
Right.
the one that just happened,
I
the
saw
one
them
that
naming
just
off
happened with
names.
the one that
It's
just
the
happened
same.
with the transgender. Watch it get quiet after about 2 more weeks. Watch.
Stacy, when I named off all those names and asked where was this same energy, you saw how quiet the chat got. Ain't nobody had
Mm-hmm.
nothing to say. That's what I'm saying. That's why I put the percentage so high, because let's not get it twisted. 56% of those people agree with Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
On
Listen.
all
I'm going to,
all
let's be real. I agree with some of Charlie Kirk's talking points
no,
when it
all of it.
pertains to some
All of it.
things.
All of it. People who have never said anything about any black person dying on my personal social media accounts, people, some of them I've known in real life, have never said anything about a black person when they lose their
Right.
life, talking about R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
Right. Now, how is
What?
this any more important? That's what I don't understand. As many lives as black people have lost, it's sickening to me that white people will hate you and view you a different way when they don't see you. Oh, I can't believe it. Listen, you know how what do they call it? We are overdrafted in tears. We're overdrafted. We don't even have any more, based on the things that are still happening to us. Do you know how many of us have people who get sentenced to 50 years every day? And I'm talking about this is how we know. That's what I was going to say to you guys too. When that opioid epidemic hit white America in the last 15 years, they completely reconstructed all of the laws and things like that, took it from a crime to a health issue. And then when they would get caught with it and things like that, now they can get treatment when our people were getting 180 years. You know why they did that? Because they looked back and saw what happens when a highly addictive substance invades a community of people and they start getting high level. Not only does the substance wipe them out morally, then you're going to add harsh sentencing penalties on top of it. It wipes out communities. They knew that. That's why all of a sudden now opioid epidemic, it's no longer considered from a criminal aspect. It's a health issue. Now you can go to Trinity and you can get some help and things like that, only to get out and do it again, go back, or you can get some probation and things like that. So for those of you guys who are acting like what's being said up here is preposterous, just search your heart. These aren't things that are being said. These aren't things that are being said just to say them. A lot of us have people in our family who have been impacted by this. Seriously.
Let's take that same, Stacy, let's take that same substance, that same one that is now a health issue. In the late 60s, early 70s, Frank Lucas was making $1 million a day in one part of one borough of NYC. They wasn't classifying as a health issue then, because it was black and brown people.
Right. This is what I'm telling you.
And you know how much of anything you have to sell to make $1 million a day back then? It's hard to you can't make $1 million a day now selling stuff for the most part. There's plenty of businesses out here selling stuff that don't make $1 million a day.
Listen, check this out. Look, check this out. I've been following you because I like your show, but you are the most racist person I've ever heard. Listen, let me translate that for you. I like it when I hear you talk about how black women destroy the community, how black women are the problem. But the moment you bring up anything outside of your race, or the moment you use freedom of speech, you're a racist. And that's racism right there. That's racism right there.
We talking about one white dude, one white T dude,
hey,
time.
I encourage everybody. Those of you who can't see any logic in my content, unfollow me. Or you can just give me a thumbs up and identify yourself and I'll unfollow you. That's how I feel about it. Right? Give me a thumbs up.
We bring up one white dude dies one time and all of a sudden,
and we don't paint him as the child of Christ. Listen, this show has been on air 3.5 years talking about the flaws and shortcomings of African Americans, right? The flaws and shortcomings of African Americans. The flaws and shortcomings of African Americans. And one day, out of this 3.5-year sprint, we don't praise Charlie Kirk like Christ to come, and we're racist. I
Man,
think
if
you
y'all
should
don't kiss the
look
part
in
of
your
my
mirror.
ass,
I think you should look at your comment and look in the mirror and assess for yourself what your comment says about you. Basically,
like
agree with
seriously, if
everything that
y'all
we say at all times. That's what that meant, really.
honestly, if y'all don't kiss the blackest part of my ass with that bullshit, I swear for Christ.
Hey, but listen, I'm going to tell you something. Listen. Cam, baby. Listen, ZF.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you guys where all of this is coming from. It's coming from the same place where Donald Trump said, we need to get this stuff out of the museums, slavery, and the African-American travesties throughout our history. It's coming from a place of, if I acknowledge that what's being said is true, if I'm a decent human being, I will be forced to feel bad about it. So I have to say that what's being said up on that panel is a lie. Or else I have to acknowledge that what they're saying is true. And if I acknowledge that what they're saying is true, some of my people have done some terrible things. That's where all this is coming from. Nobody wants to say, my people have done some terrible things.
Man, remember, was it like 2 years ago when everybody's talking about critical race theory and motherfuckers didn't even know what it was?
Yeah.
That shit is college graduate level law theory. You have to be in law school. You have to finish undergrad to learn critical race theory. They was applauding Herschel Walker denouncing this shit, and his dumbass couldn't even pronounce it. That's what we're dealing with. They don't
Listen, check this out.
even know what the fuck.
Oh, don't do that to me. Listen, I want to call something out in front of everybody. Shout out to Quake Styles up in this situation. Check this out. Look what Quake Styles said. Check this out. The FBI called war on the Panthers, but never called war on the KKK. Somebody make sense out of that for me. Matter of fact, let's go back up here. White people hate us. Black people love everybody. That's just real. Let me go back up here. David Keenan, brother, I'd like for you to address that for me. Let's hypothetically say it's true. The FBI called war on the Black Panthers and called it a hate group, but they never did that to the KKK. Can you give us a little clarity on that? Since what I'm saying up here is wrong, could you please give us a little bit of enlightenment on that? And I'll wait. I want to see. I got to read this again. I've been following you because I like your show, but you are the most racist person I've ever heard. Then if I am the most racist person that you've ever heard, how come you couldn't pick up on it out of all of my content that you've watched? Right? Could it be that you're calling me racist right now because I disagree with the viewpoint of yours right now? And that makes you the sicker person. Unless you're telling me as a black person, because I'm black and you're white, I have to agree with everything that you say. Is that what you're telling me? Wow. I'm certain that we won't get a response anytime soon. Today's show, listen, I'm going to tell you something. Today's show let me know that it will never be okay. It will never be okay. TikTok shut down on us for a second. Phone died on me. Listen, you know what today's show let me know? Today's show let me know that it will never be okay. Today's show let me know that a large portion of white America still view us as their property. Like, if you don't agree with me, listen, my guy said, listen, he said this. I've been following you because I like your show, but you are the most racist person that I've ever heard. So that means you've been watching the most racist person that you've ever heard. You've been watching his content for quite some time and not been able to pick up on a racist bone in his body. But the moment that I disagree with one of your viewpoints, I'm a piece of shit. That right there is like, stay in your place. Don't ever disagree with us. That's crazy work right there. That's crazy work.
And get your dumb ass up out the live then,
bitch. ASAP. Unfollow, please. Hey, for those of you who said I'm racist and things like that, for those of you who disagree with everything that was said today, just know tomorrow I'm going to talk bad about black men and black women tomorrow, so you can come on back and be a loyal supporter again. Hey, look, the crazy part is some of them are going to be like, okay, then I'll be back tomorrow.
Absolutely. Schedule a program tomorrow. Y'all have a good night. I gotta go to work in the morning.
All right, you take care, Cam, baby.
You have a good one, Cam.
Phoenix.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Life is amazing. Tell me how your night is going.
I'm okay, but I am definitely a little bit frustrated. I just came out of another room, and they were having this, or another panel, and they were having the same conversation.
Right.
The room was very right-leaning. They tried to shut me down. They tried to call me racist. And what I said was simply that although I don't condone violence and I don't celebrate what happened to Kirk, I just said that, like, I'm not going to be all up in arms and, promoting him and his life as though it was some legacy to be proud of.
Right.
I felt that for people of color, blacks, browns, anybody that wasn't, with the white or Christian nationalist movement. I have to even be careful saying white now, because even just saying white gets me, flagged as a racist. If I talk about DEI, I'm racist. If I talk about DEI policies, I'm racist. Kirk was the antithesis of everything that we have worked so hard for to get to this point, and I feel like it's all being undone. And I don't understand why this man is being celebrated just because he claims to be Christian.
There was a black woman who came up here and said that. There was a black woman, about 45 minutes ago, she came, how can you say that about Charlie Kirk? That was a Christian man and this. Listen, Christianity doesn't mean I apply the good parts of Christianity to my family and I demonize other people. There's other parts of other things that have nothing to do with race that, from a logical standpoint, intellectual standpoint, that I agree with that Charlie Kirk would say. But I feel strongly that there was a hate message towards blacks. Because here's how we could prove it. There's tens of millions more of white Americans than there are blacks. And this right here doesn't just go towards Charlie Kirk. This is towards any people like that.
Right.
You mean to tell me, out of all of the things that you guys gear your channels around, black people are 13% of the population, yet they make up this percentage of crime, this and that. Out of all of the atrocities that white Americans commit, you mean you can't find anything that will sustain your channel? There should be a plethora of content that will keep your channel alive if you dig off into the crimes that white America has committed.
Yes, you're right. But there's a double standard. And when you talk to people that are right-leaning, even people that I feel are brainwashed, and I do feel like a lot of the right has become like this cult mentality. And I don't say that most of them are ignorant, and I don't like making blanket statements, but what I'm saying is that, the people that will try to shut me down, challenge me, call me racist, curse me out, call me an idiot lib, or all these different, just for speaking the truth, because I'm trying to have a conversation, an open dialogue or debate where we can discuss ideas, You know what I'm saying? That bring us all to a place where we can at least respect each other and coexist. But I don't want to coexist with a foot on my neck and on my back.
And that's pretty much that's the message that's being put out. Either you roll with us or you shut your damn mouth.
Yeah, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not bowing down for nobody. I'm not getting on my knees for anybody. I'm not apologizing for calling out blatant racism. I'm not apologizing for being more educated. I'm not apologizing for being qualified. It's ridiculous. Like one of the other people in the other room said to me, "Oh, you must be a DEI hire. Don't you have a DEI job to get to?" I'm like, wow. I said, what if I own my own business and I'm college educated? Oh, you're not.
Listen, somebody just said this. Somebody just said crimes. And hold on, somebody just said crimes and put a question mark behind it. For my point, they always say ignorant things while not giving examples. Are you suggesting that I can't give any examples of white committed crimes? Is that what you're suggesting? I hope that's not what you're suggesting. Because there's a viral clip right now. Hold on, there's a viral clip right now of a husband and wife, and their 11-year-old daughter is pregnant. You need more examples like that?
No, let's not talk about Utah, about that dude that assaulted that little girl for 5 years and basically is gonna do 6 months, or the other dude that got caught essaying a girl and he got his uncle to change the law.
Well,
I guess what's being said is this. I guess what's actually being said is stick to talking about black people. Don't bring up anything about white people. Is that what's being said? Because I'll trade you. I swear right now, if all of the content creators like Charlie Kirk refuse to address any of the things that take place in the black community, I swear right now, you will never hear me bring up another topic pertaining to the white community. But here's the crazy part. We never do. Hey, ZF, out of 3.5 years of this show, how many times have you heard us bring up a show where we're talking about the things that happen in the white community?
This is the first one.
This is crazy. But don't listen. I will make that deal. I will make that deal. Listen. All white content creators, if you never speak about the 13% of blacks and blah, blah, blah again, I promise you, I guarantee you, blacks would definitely take that trade. Do you know why I know? Because black people already have platforms. They already don't talk about the white community. Black people talk about the black community. But here's the kicker part. You join in on that. A lot of you have platforms that is geared towards bringing up memes and things like that of black women shoplifting and things like that.
Right.
Nothing that pertains to the white community. This is not a black or a white show. This whole topic today is not black or white. Right. What I'm telling you guys is a lot. You talk about racism, a lot of it has been exposed today. And listen, for those of you who say that I'm racist or this channel's racist, or that you've been following me, you can't believe I say anything that I said today. If you're not going to unfollow me, all you have to do is type number 2 and I'll block you. How about that? Let's do it like that.
No, but let's keep talking about the shit that they did. Like, how about Central Park? It used to be called Seneca Village. They erased a whole black neighborhood for a fucking park. Or let's talk about the stock exchange. You know, those shares y'all be trading every day. I do it too. We were the original stock. New York was the absolute biggest. And I do mean absolute biggest slave trading city in the country. So let's talk about some shit then, because I still ain't got to Tulsa, Rosewood, lynchings, none of that shit. We ain't even got to the Civil War yet, bro. Let's go.
Listen, I'm going to tell you the difference that we're seeing today. As a black person, we're just different. If I could snap my finger right now and bring Charlie Kirk back to life, I would. because it's just
Right.
decency. It's just decency. But you guys down there, you're showing your true colors.
Right.
You're racist, not me.
Right.
I can't imagine. Listen, the proof is this. Does anybody care to gamble on what color that shooter was? Now, the same hate that you're spewing towards me, once you find out his true color, are you going to condemn white America for him coming out of your community?
Right.
Oh, they're gonna bring up political parties. They ain't even gonna bring up race.
Yeah, they'll hope he was a Democrat.
Right, but what about the racist gerrymandering in the red states? And then I don't understand when it's done in a blue state, why all of a sudden are there lawsuits being filed? I don't understand what's happening because it's my voice that is being silenced. It's my children's future that is at risk 100%. Here. And I feel like I should have a right to speak on it without being called racist. But you got to call a thing a thing.
I just found out today that we don't have the right to say what we want to say. That was crazy. Basically, we have been told to stay in our place.
All because we deifying one dude.
Well, I think this country has been divided for a long time, but I think it got to a point where people felt uncomfortable being outwardly racist. Right, so I don't think that the racism is something new that's happened. I think it's something that's been there, festering for a long time. You know, you got the Proud Boys movement. You know, back in the day, it was like the KKK and you had the Jim Crow era and all of that. That is just masquerading as like all these different things now, and it's surfacing through the policies of this administration, which is deeply influenced by these groups. And it's terrifying. I feel it. I see it. It's obvious to me. And I don't understand why it's not obvious to other people. I feel like what's happening with the National Guard and all these blue states, why isn't it happening in the red states that have higher rates of crime? I don't get it. And it's obvious to me. There's a double standard. It's like, so we can't talk about that without being called racist?
Yeah, that's kind of wicked. That's definitely kind of wicked. Like, I'll say this. Before today's show, I'm not going to say I thought things had gotten better or whatever, but I have a lot of white followers on the page. So it had me thinking that white people and black people kind of do see a lot of things, or kind of white and black, certain whites and blacks are kind of being able to empathize with each other and coexist. But today showed me we can empathize and coincide as long as you know your place.
Right.
That's what today showed me.
Right.
Don't speak on our matters. Anybody that's white, if you do have something legitimately to say about them that doesn't deify them, don't speak on it. Right. Nasty word. But you follow my channel because it's based on the critique around all that African American people are doing to dismantle their community. Wow.
So, Stacey, where do you think we go from here? Because I feel very uncomfortable. I feel like we are in a constitutional crisis. I feel like our democracy is being attacked and dismantled. I feel like oppression is coming back for people of color and people that are not of the right persuasion. And I feel like there are less and less spaces. And I mean, I'm seeing the media get attacked. Right. I'm seeing politicians get attacked on our side when the violence is on our side, political violence through arrests, through attacking peaceful protesters and calling them rioters, things like this, all the micro messaging that's happening, it all has a major impact. And I don't know what to do as a mother, as a woman, as an American, as a citizen of the world. I'm not racist at all, but if I see something wrong, I'm going to call it out. If my kids do something wrong, I'm going to hold them accountable.
We've just always been like that. We've never really been. We're very impartial people. What we really focus on is how we can build a decent life for ourselves. I'm going to tell you the greatest. The Martin Luther King started acknowledging it, and they suggested this is one of the reasons he had to go, because he was starting to mingle with Malcolm X. I believe that the worst thing that happened to us was integration. It was the worst thing that happened to us. It was terrible. Imagine this. Imagine if African Americans who love each other had their own state to where we could just deal with our issues. You would probably never hear white people's name come out of our mouths, because that's how it is now. We typically don't care. Even like my show, we talk like 99% of the time we address our issues, because what affects white America doesn't affect black. We are two different entities here in America. The things that affect African Americans typically are different from what affects white America. If we had our own dwelling place to where we could just focus on us, it would drive people crazy. It would drive people crazy. It really would, because everybody knows, for the most part, black people have just been wanted to be those who are left alone, right? The things, the injustices that are perpetrated upon black people are so extensive to where right now, today, you said you have been too, we get demonized for utilizing freedom of speech. Listen, not even in an evil manner, but just expressing an opinion. When she came up here, she said what everybody else up here has said. I don't condone anybody putting violence towards what more can you say than that? So after you say that, basically shut the hell up.
Right.
Crazy work. And I'm going to tell you, this is a good show. I think a lot of people on here need to search themselves. If you had that mindset when you came up here, if because you heard us not deifying a white man and agreeing with every point that you would like for us to agree upon him, if that's an issue for you, you need to search yourself. You need to search yourself seriously.
Hey, Stacey, hold on real quick. Don't lose that thought. Hey, look here, y'all. We are only halfway to the show goal of 75,000 likes. We've been up here for 2 hours. So I need y'all to tap the screen, share the show, get some more people in here so y'all don't have to tap so much. But what I need y'all to do is tap that screen and push the algorithm.
Is that towards me? Do I believe in God? Do you see how crazy this has gotten? It's like they have deified him. And listen, I'll say it again. On top of that, I believe that he was pushing the hate towards the black community. Because listen, talk about some of the amazing things that black people do sometimes. How about that? Could you find anything?
Right. Well, they were talking about he was talking about the black pilot with the DEI hires, right? And it was like he specifically referenced the black man. Like, my first thought is like, why don't you go visit the museum where they talk about the Tuskegee Airmen. My brother was in the Air Force, 20-year veteran. He just retired. You know what I mean? Like, so what? Because my brother was an engineer in the Air Force. He was a DEI hire, and so it's just. I'm frustrated. I'm really frustrated.
Listen, somebody said it's easy to attack a DEAD guy. So this is an attack? Okay, so what do you call this? What Justice Clarence Thomas? He said that Justice Clarence Thomas was by far a greater man than Martin Luther King. So is that an attack on a DEAD guy? See, you can't have it both ways.
Wow.
Charlie Kirk said that about a DEAD guy.
Here's the thing. You cannot even be a DEI hire pilot. It's impossible because of the standards the minimum standards for all pilots that the FAA has. And
right.
You cannot circumvent that shit.
Right.
The underlying message, though, is racist because the underlying message is that people of color, black people, or women are not qualified enough to hold certain positions. And if they have a position in the tech industry as like a doctor, as a lawyer, as this or that or the other, they can't possibly be as qualified, where people of another persuasion are not even questioned.
And that's what makes it disrespectful to say that. You must have a certain level of expertise to be an airline pilot. You can't just, because he's black, give him a pilot's license. Listen, I want to show you how black people typically think. My brother Corporal said, I want to start by saying I'm praying for him and his family. I love hearing what this young man I love hearing this young man speak his mind. I didn't always agree with him on his personal view on some things. So basically, we ain't even allowed to not always agree with him. Crazy. Crazy. A lot of you need to search yourselves, seriously. You need to search yourself. If you're telling us, I want you to agree with everything that he said, you need to search yourself.
Well, here's what makes he's the perfect thing is a perfect example of YT privilege, right? Check this out. If you would get on that same plane and not question the capability of the YT pilot, that's his privilege that you gave him.
Right. And that's why we had DEI policies, and that's why we had DEI initiatives to give people of color, women, minorities, just in general, opportunities where they weren't being given opportunities.
Where they were intentionally not being given opportunities.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's what the whole thing was about.
Right.
He did, and now he's a martyr. We don't mind any of that. We don't mind if you deify him. We don't care about any of that. What we are talking about is you taking our right to have our own opinion. That's crazy.
Right.
Put him up on a church. We don't care about that stuff.
But here's the thing, though. They putting extras on it. Talk about he was assassinated. No. He's just like Tupac and Biggie. School will be open on his birthday. That motherfucker got shot.
Well, what was that same energy when the Democrat politician was unalived over in Minnesota? I think this was just like a few months ago by the
it was her husband, but they ain't had no smoke for that.
No.
Listen, let me say this, guys. Let me say this. ZF, I'm going to say this again. This is probably maybe our first time holding a show about any white anything. Out of 3.5 years. And we get, this is a very hateful channel.
And y'all can kiss, and you can kiss the blackest part of my ass too.
Are these live comments that you're getting on this stream?
Yeah.
No, they're
on YouTube.
They're either on YouTube or IG.
And they're saying that you're a hateful channel. What is it? Okay, let me ask them this. What is it that what specifically did you say that they feel is hateful? Because I honestly have not heard one hateful thing since I've been here.
Everybody up on this panel said that man's life shouldn't have been taken. But see, it's more a control thing. It's like you share 100% of our views, don't get outside those guidelines, or else. And that's what this is about. We can't have any the slightest differing of opinion as to how they view him. And that's messed up. That's crazy. Today's show showed me a whole lot of things that I thought were probably gone by now. You know what I mean? This is 2025, but no. And that goes, the brother, who was it? Was it a pastor that was up here? It goes against everything that he was saying.
What was he saying?
Well, he was talking about, what did he say, ZF? He said, there's more in the white community. There's more. I think he was something, I think so. He was saying the majority of white people in America don't have those views and would help black people if they needed, things like that. This right here goes completely against that. Apparently, we can't even have opinions that differ. That's insane.
Now, see, I'm going to do what's
called
a callback.
Barbarian Hub said, go to hell. He just sentenced another human being to hell for a differing opinion.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna do what's called a callback real quick. Cause this ain't hey Stacy, listen up real quick. This is nothing but sign language. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right.
100%.
That's all it is.
Nobody wants to talk about that there's a high probability that this is a white on white crime. Now, I want to see how people are going to respond if it comes to that this is a white on white crime.
Hey, matter of fact, where was dude father at?
You talking about Kirk?
The dude, the pew pew dude. Where was his father at? Why was he in the home?
Hey, listen. Oh, they talking about the fight. They talking about the fight. Who you got, ZF? You got Bud? Who you got?
I got Crawford by decision.
Nah, it's not gonna make a decision, man.
Okay.
Canelo gonna break him down. Canelo gonna break him down pretty quick in that fight. It probably won't make 7 rounds. And listen, I'm not even talking about by size. I'm talking about, man, Canelo has a high level of experience. I'm a huge proponent of experience. But no, that's just what somebody was talking about.
Canelo has more fights, no doubt. Bud has 41.
No, I'm talking about more elite fights. He's fought more elite people.
Well, why do you think? I'm telling you, we'll talk about this. I got so much to say about that. We'll talk about this after the show.
Somebody said we want to see the inner cities do well. We want to see a real black president. I want to tell you how impartial black people are. Most black people are. We typically don't even care what color the president is, as long as we get some results.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, black people really just want to be left alone.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, Obama was a first generation tether. Let's get it half a tether at that. Let's get it out the way. You know what I'm saying?
Say that one more time. Say that one more time, yeah.
Obama was a first generation.
Yeah, okay.
His dad was not
stupid,
from here.
Man.
He was from the continent. He was from Kenya. He was from here, cool. But that still makes you a first generation tether. He's in the same category as Myron Gaines. First one born here. He ain't foundational. He ain't one of us. I don't care what no one says.
I agree. Listen, Joshua said low odds. No, it's no odds. Black people don't assassinate, especially over political gangs excluded. And black people don't hijack planes because you can't sell. See, this is what I'm saying. All of the hate that is coming towards this panel right now, I would like to know, are you going to project that same degree of hate wherever it shows that this suitor came from?
Right.
Are you going to be talking bad about white America for this guy? See, because if it was, listen, we all know this. Let me say this. We all know that if this was a black person who did this, they wouldn't be talking about him as a black person. They would be talking about us as a whole. They would be talking about black people as a whole. They have to be stopped, and this is the shit that they do and things like that. So we know, like the brother said, black people aren't assassins. So I would like to see the energy you guys are going to pour out when you find out who did it. Is it going to be this same degree of hate?
Fox News is already making this about the left. It's divided.
I saw that. I saw it. And that's crazy. They're trying to get us.
They're gonna make it about Democrats and liberals and blah. They ain't gonna touch race.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's 22 black people in Utah and 9 of them play for the Jazz. What are you talking about right now? What are the odds?
You know, they don't talk about the polygamous Mormon communities where they have a bunch of instances of essay on children.
Shout out to Jerry.
Like that are being covered up in these communities under the guise of Mormon Christianity, I guess. They don't want to talk about those type of things. The other thing that they don't want to talk about is the fact that federal funding was held back from most blue states that they could have used to further their initiatives of, recidivism as far as crime is concerned.
Give me a second. I appreciate the super chat. Bro, go ahead.
You know, but that's not being talked about, and so there's like it's like crises are being created intentionally, so that it's like somebody setting a fire basically, and then coming in with a fire truck, you know, to put it out and wanting to be called the hero. You know, so I don't know where we're gonna go from here. It's really a disheartening time. And I thought we had come a lot further as a people.
That's what I thought. I kind of did think that. And I'm gonna be honest. Listen, to be honest, I'm kicking myself because listen, I don't like falling for things. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of looking down on myself and kicking myself in the butt for falling for it. Like I did kind of fall for it, like, you know, that we were at a better place than what we are in 2025 amongst, you know, racism and things like that. But no, that's not the case. You can see down in these chats, you can see it. It's visible. But hey, listen, I tell you what, I won't let my guard down again. I see the real.
Stacey, they just want us to be good niggers.
That's about it. That's about it, man.
They don't want to. They don't want us making none of that good trouble.
That's real. Listen, she listen. Phoenix came over here from something completely different, and she was already experiencing some of that. Hey, stay in your place.
Right. And it was a room that there were a lot of like some of our own people, and I really didn't understand. I didn't understand the energy, but it was scary to me because I didn't understand that it was that pervasive and that it had started to leak into our community. When we start attacking our own and we can't have conversations amongst ourselves about politics, world events, current events, ideas, religion, education, what are we doing?
Look, somebody just said he's in custody now. He is white. Hey, somebody fact check that. Let us know. Did they find the guy?
Yeah, we need that. We need that for certain before we start on down that road. We need to know that for certain.
Are you implying he is racist? Are we implying who is racist? Charlie Kirk? Well, I'll put it this way. There was favoritism.
Racist is as racist does. Now what?
I know he couldn't find anything good to say about the black community. I know that.
Charlie Kirk was racist.
But here's the thing: just because a man's racist don't mean he need his life taken.
I agree. No. Listen. I don't even have a problem with racist people. As long as you don't put it into action, I full on believe that people should have the right to be prejudiced, because I'm prejudiced against some black people. I'm prejudiced against them. Like, we talk about it every day.
Absolutely. But you know what? But be honest about it. Don't be in my face acting like
I agree.
You're you know, don't be like, "Oh, I'm not one of those people." You know, I have a black friend or whatever. Listen, if you don't like my kind, I'm not trying to hang around you. Just be open about it. You know what I mean?
Hey,
you put this sign in your yard and I'll put one in mine. Don't knock on my door.
Right.
Hey, Quaker Styles said, "If you tell the truth, you're now a troublemaker."
I literally want to know who doesn't like me, so I know not to fuck with you.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You know, just let me know where we stand, because I can take it from there.
Right.
That person said, "I used to rock with your show, but now I see that this is you are racist." So that means anytime we have a differing viewpoint than you, we a piece of shit. Massa. Crazy work.
But can they pinpoint what it is that you are saying that is racist? If you know?
I've dropped the link down there. Nobody wanted to come up. I'll drop another one. Substantiate your claims.
They can't say exactly what it is because they're not listening.
Emotional jibber jabber.
It's just like the other night when that lady came up. What did I say that was wrong? Everything. Well, name one. Everything. Same shit.
Every rep.
They make extremist blanket statements, and they can't. And then they will say feelings, but really they're in theirs.
Yeah, because I don't feel one way or the other about it. They're the ones in there.
Yeah, me neither. Like me, I stand on business. Like that's just who I am. Like I don't backtrack. If I believe my information is right, I don't backtrack because of how it makes somebody else feel. I think we all know that by now. What you think this is about? That's what that's about. I'm standing on business. When I believe my information is factual, and I'll also give you the opportunity to come up and discredit me. That's how I move. Like I don't allow how my information makes you feel. And I'm going to tell all of you this. That's emotional instability. Anytime information, not whether or not it was the right or wrong information, anytime, and listen, it's been primarily men. You guys should be ashamed of yourself from carrying a feminine trait like that. God created women to be more emotional, not men. And anytime that you can now allow it to get you a truth, to get you so emotional to where you're up in your feelings, you need to analyze yourself. You need to examine yourself because maybe you might not be where you thought you were.
You know what it is? I think it's cognitive dissonance. Like for some of these people who maybe it's less racism and it's more unconscious bias that they don't recognize. You know what I mean? And you bring up to them the fact that something that they're saying or whatever it is racist or hurtful towards another person or whatever it is that you might be saying to them. The fact that they might be wrong or that they might have guilt about whatever it is that you're saying to them.
Yeah, that's got more to do with it than anything. Like, they've always told us how the truth stings. The truth is like a 357 slug, you know what I mean?
But when you deal with the Christian nationalists, because they see themselves as good people.
I agree with that.
Because they see themselves as the patriots, because they see themselves as the ones that are God-loving. They see themselves as the ones that are going to be raptured. They see themselves as God's soldiers.
That's a very good point. That is a very good point. Shout out to Miss Brenda over here in this situation, supporting the show like crazy as usual. One of these days, I'll be able to support more. This is the hottest show online. You already know what it is. Where are people? Catch up with Miss Brenda, people. Our show supporters, catch up with Miss Brenda. Let's get it going, people. We have not met our mark for the night. You know we're bringing the heat. Hold on.
How you doing, Miss Brenda? How you doing?
Hey, I want to touch on what Phoenix said. She said what I was trying to say. She said what I was trying to say earlier. When they asked me, "Do you think he was Christian?" That's what that's what I was trying to get to. I believe towards his family and things like that, he was probably living those principles. It couldn't have been just overall Christianity, because if it was how you talk about the black community, their integrity level, their morals and lack thereof, you would have no problem doing it about your own family. You would have no problem doing it about your own race as well. Look at what my platform is. I am addressing all of the critiques about the black community. If that's not unbiased, I don't know what is. We're not up here talking about, and white people. See, that's weird to me. When I see all these platforms that all of their content is geared towards, Shaquita and this and that from white platforms, like, that's weird to me. Because the reason you hear me up here critiquing my people is because we're trying to get to a better place. There's no way that I could have a platform that just, showing all of the idiotic stuff that white people do just so I could get more subscribers. That's crazy. I'm trying to make an impact. I'm trying to make a benefit. I'm trying to tell African-American women, stop leaving black men for if they cheat 2 or 3 times. Stop destroying these families. We're trying to get to a place. This is not something that we do to get the funniest memes about even the white community. We're not getting the funniest memes of where white people are doing dumb things and trying to go viral with it. This show is about a purpose. And I think that's what the difference is here. I will say this about Charlie Kirk. I hope, because I'm just now finding out the guy was only 31. to be honest, like lightweight a kid, to be honest.
He was
Almost.
a young man.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just desire to believe that he would have gotten better the older he would have gotten. I desire to believe that. You know what I mean? It's
So,
not
hey,
what
Stacey.
it's not what we have seen historically. Historically, it gets worse, but his age got some of my sympathy. So I desire to say to myself, I hope he would have learned to be more impartial. I hope he would have learned, instead of saying these bad things about the African American community, also throw some of those things in there that you believe could have led to how black people are as dysfunctional as they are. Because we know what the things are.
Stacey,
You're
check this out. I did a quick Google search. There's nobody in custody, and as of about 9 minutes ago, CNN posted that there's a manhunt still underway.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. They will likely, listen, do you know what the show The First 48 is predicated upon?
Yeah.
If you don't find that person in the first 48 hours, it gets more and more unlikely that you will. Listen,
Right.
if they don't find that guy, somebody's going to have to take the rap for this.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to have to take the rap for this.
Scary.
Listen,
That's scary.
and listen, I'm going to tell you something. This is going to be pit against Democrats. Watch and see. Even though, I don't want to say black, but I'll just say this thing could be utilized to fuel some type of, some type of revenge type of setting.
Right.
Thank God I've been preparing all these years for real.
One thing I will say about the current administration is that I have seen some hope with a few, and I'm not against anybody that's Republican, or I'm not about red and blue and black and white. Like I'm really not about that,
Right.
But you see some Republicans coming out and speaking against the current administration, and the blatant lies, the divisiveness, the hate that's being spewed.
Right.
Like, how with one hand are you basically saying that you hold Christian values, but you're also being hateful, you're also lying? Like,
Right.
and I can speak from the perspective of a Christian. When you have somebody in office that is the opposite of all the fruits of the Spirit, I got a problem with that as a Christian.
Right.
And I think everybody should, no matter what color they are.
And I think that's the only thing that's being conveyed up here today. I don't believe that a person who is truly, truly, truly walking in the fruits of the Spirit will be okay running from platform to platform, demonizing black people. Now, here's where I'd be okay with it. If you also talked about some of these people who are finding body parts in their refrigerator, in their freezers and things like that.
Oh my God.
If you would also talk about some of these people who are finding out that the mother and father of 11-year-old is pregnant. If you would also talk about some of them things, that we would have nothing to say. I'm telling you, it looks bad when there's tens of millions more of whites in America than there are of blacks. And the only thing that you can find bad to talk about is what black people are doing. Nobody's listen. The everything with the Harvey Weinstein, all of that stuff. That stuff was just a glimpse into what's really going on in America.
Yeah,
it was just a glimpse. A lot of these women have horror stories about Harvey Weinstein, right? Epstein Island. There was trafficking going on against their wills.
Yes, please, can we talk about it?
And listen, I believe Charlie Kirk. Listen, there's no way that you're going to convince me that Charlie Kirk was not the type, because he was an intellectual. You're not going to convince me that he wasn't the type that was the least bit of curious of what was this thing about Epstein Island.
He was.
Let's talk about that some.
And Charlie Kirk started talking about it on his podcast, and he got a personal call from Trump. And Trump told him, or asked him, I guess, nicely, because Trump considered him like a son, asked him to, politely, to stop having conversations about it.
Now, is that of a Christian mindset that you would allow somebody to influence you to not do what's right?
So then Kirk came out and publicly said that he chooses to believe the president of the United States and that he was going to stop talking about the Epstein files.
Well, here's my thing. How you got that many pictures with dude, but y'all wasn't me and my real life friends that I will wake up in the middle of the night and go on missions for. We ain't got that many pictures together.
Yeah.
Well, there was something going on there. I mean, like, why were these young girls working at Mar-a-Lago in the first place for Jeffrey Epstein to be stealing? Why were these underage girls working in the massage parlor of Mar-a-Lago?
Listen, it was only the power elites that were allowed to participate in this.
Right.
It wasn't Glocktavius.
And then Mike Johnson came out. Mike Johnson came out a couple of days ago and tried to say that he tried to say that Trump was actually an FBI informant that was helping to basically bring Epstein down. Now, he's since walked that back, but I don't understand as much outrage as there is about, what just happened to Kirk. Where's that outrage for thousands of child victims?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So that lets me know there's a ton. Listen, if you really, really want to blow up, talk about some of that stuff that we really know is going on instead of focus on the black community.
Yeah.
All of these embezzlement, all of the, what's his name? What was his name? Took all that, the billionaire, took all of that money from, who was it? Come on, ZF. What was that, 6 years ago? And people were, he took his own life.
What did he do?
He took all, he was a banker and people invested a lot of money with him and he kept all the money, took all the money, I think it sunk. Everybody knows about this.
Bernie Madoff?
Bernie Madoff. Let's talk about that. Let's talk. There's plenty you can talk about other than the black community because he's not the only Bernie Madoff. This stuff is happening on a regular.
Yeah, Bernie
Insider
Madoff,
trading.
He got over 100
Nancy
years.
Pelosi. Let's talk about all of that stuff. They say Nancy Pelosi's worth $160 million.
Hey, check this out.
What?
They say Nancy Pelosi got between 120 to $160 million.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, Stacey. How do you, as a U.S. senator with a full-time job, outperform Wall Street hedge fund managers and investors? How? Oh yeah, by the way, Gavin Newsom is her cousin.
Listen.
Just putting that out.
I'm just going to say this, man. Yes. I'm going to say this, man. You remember the senator, I think New York, man, that man got busted trying to sell a Senate seat. You see, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, there's a ton more that could be talked about than the black community. A ton of more interesting things, to be honest. We all know the things that are taking place behind the shadows.
I think that dude was the governor of Illinois.
You're right, Illinois. Rob Goop.
He got busted trying to sell Obama's Senate seat.
Talk about that. Trying to sell a Senate seat.
Yeah, when Obama ran for president and won, he had to vacate his Senate seat, and dude was trying to sell that.
Shout out to Paris over here supporting the show, rocking with us. I appreciate you.
Better yet, let's talk about Andrew Cuomo, the old governor of New York, who's trying to run for mayor after he then got busted doing all that wild stuff with his trying to smash interns and whatnot.
Oh my gosh! So what about all the January 6ers being pardoned?
Listen, I'm hoping everybody's listening. This isn't something that we particularly care about because we focus on our community and what can make it better, right? But that's why we have the viewpoint that we have. You really think that there's not a lot more than the black community Charlie Kirk could be talking about?
Right.
Come on, are you crazy? There's a reason that you don't see a lot of black people running around talking about what's going on in white America. Show me a podcast.
We don't care.
Yeah, we don't give a damn. So we're trying to figure out how you give a damn about the LaQuisha.
Right.
Look, we trying to handle Glocktavius.
Yeah.
Y'all worry about Tyler and them.
And listen. Here's what we're saying, and hopefully this will make sense to everybody. Listen, if you were really on some business and you weren't trying to spread hate and you weren't trying to get your views up, just as self-preservation rule number 1, you would be scouring your own community looking for flaws to see what you guys could do to better them. Because that's what we're doing.
Yes.
How do you have so much time to be worried about what all is going on in the black community? You see us, we have podcasts trying to address it. And you don't see us up here talking about Epstein Island.
Right.
That's why our minds are blown. Yes, that's going to make it look like Charlie Kirk was spreading hate, because there's a lot. Listen, I keep telling you guys, it took me a minute to find all of it, but I can show you guys a ton of things that listen. What about the transgender that just right? Listen, what about 2 years ago the guy went and unalived so many people in the black church? How does that stuff die down so fast?
Oh, they bought the kid when they arrested him and they took him into custody. I think they took him to
Took him and
McDonald's
stopped to
or
get him
Burger King.
something to eat.
Yeah, they took him to Burger King.
Listen, the firearm that was just that was used to take Trayvon Martin's life was just sold at an auction.
But they try to say Trayvon Martin was this, that, and the third. He had a clean record. Who's been in trouble with the law ever since? It ain't Trayvon because he ain't here.
Right. Look, Tattoo said we don't care. We don't. We are setting up in here night and day addressing our issues. So yes, you need to look from our perspective and see why it would be weird for us that Charlie Kirk is staying so firm on black issues. Because there's a lot of white issues that need addressed. Mm-hmm. A lot. Figure out how you can stop these schools from getting lit up. Figure it out. Figure that out. And I'm talking about stay on it. Stay on it.
The fact that a lot of these pew-pews that most of the pew-pews that they're confiscating in Chicago are coming from red states.
Yes.
How about that part?
Yeah, they come from Indiana.
100%. And I know that firsthand.
The Indiana state line is a 30-minute drive from Chicago.
Yes.
So if we want to impact pew pew violence in inner cities all across America, because it's not just in Chicago, it's nationwide. It's the same story. So then why aren't we focusing on the distribution of pew pews coming from red states? Why don't we get to the root of the problem?
Listen, I'm going to be transparent up here. When I was in the streets, because of 9/11, there was a crazy drought. It was nuts. When I tell you, there was like 5 of us standing in the middle of the street in front of my grandmother's house. All of us had our phones trying to come. Because I can say it now because I don't live that life. But for those of you who don't know, when there's a drought and you can't get street pharmaceuticals, anybody who has them can charge around 3 times what you usually could get for them because there's a drought. When 9/11 happened, they shut the borders down. That drought hit so hard. Me, and I think it was about 3 to 4 other big boys who usually can get whatever. There was calls made to Chicago. There was calls made throughout the nation. One call went through. I got about 5 of them left right now, man. But I have to shoot down here and get them like ASAP, man. Listen, the homeboy who his plug came through, I think it was in Chicago. It's a plug in Chicago. It wasn't 15 minutes later, his phone rung. Bro, it's gone. I got to do it, man. I got to take this while it's here. You know what that let me know that day? They could shut that stuff down if they want to.
Yeah.
There was 5 different people calling from all different places throughout the nation to score, and none of us could score. That showed me right there. They could have been shut that stuff down. They could have been shut that stuff down from, or at least made it very, very, very difficult to get a hold to.
What do you think gentrification is about?
Yeah.
Why do you think in certain neighborhoods they are authorizing the liquor license and things like this for, different things and putting them on every corner? They don't do that in certain other neighborhoods, or they're approving less funds to go into certain neighborhoods than they are other neighborhoods. It's
money is what it is.
They're gentrifying Compton right now.
Right now.
You right down the street from Compton. You already know they are gentrifying Compton right
But
now.
here's the issue I have. I don't have a problem with gentrification. I just have a problem that black people haven't caught on to it yet and started doing it. I hate that.
What about the monetization of
anymore, so we can't make any money.
What about the monetization of the criminal justice system?
That I think that's one of the highest levels of Satanism. Listen, anybody who is invested in private prisons, I've never in my life invested in a company that I didn't want to see do well. Never. If you are going to invest in privatized prisons, you have to be hoping to God that they do well. How do prisons do well? People get incarcerated.
Right.
It's already known that they're into that. Why do you think that African Americans have the highest conviction overturn rate? They're just throwing dope on some of these people and locking them up.
Another example of that is the war machine.
Jeez. You say what?
The war machine, the sales of arms.
Yes.
That these wars fund and makes some people very wealthy.
Yeah. George W. Bush's grandfather, George H.W. Bush's father, made his money selling arms to both sides of World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, my guy said the puppet masters are just teasing the strings. That's a fact. Listen, Cat Williams had said that stuff. When Cat Williams, a lot of people knew, but when Cat Williams went into detail, like they're puppet masters behind these doors, man.
Yeah, mm-hmm. John F. Kennedy's dad was a bootlegger. He was Al Capone of Boston.
It's just that certain people ain't allowed to participate in it. Now you blackens, y'all ain't got no right part. That's what this, and I'm going to say this to an extent. I sympathize with some Caucasian Americans that I'll prove it too. Sometimes that I hear some bad things that African American people do, it does kick me between the nuts because I would like to fight against it, but I know I can't. What was just said was the truth. So I do understand how when white Americans hear certain atrocities and things like that, that they could fool themselves into, I don't know, maybe just, they're up there spewing hate. I don't want to acknowledge that truth that they just said, but you got to pull your big boy pants on too. You got to pull your big girl britches up too and let your logic kick in that, no, it doesn't sound like they're up there saying anything crazy. And if I do believe that they're saying anything crazy, well, maybe I should click that link and go up there and give them a taste of my intellect. Prove them wrong.
Right.
And if you can't, that means we're probably telling the truth.
Right. But they don't want to do that.
Well, here's the other thing though, right? They got all these for-profit prisons and nobody to put them in. That's why they're making all these new laws. Because the black male prison population is down 40% from 25 years ago.
Listen, I'm going to tell you what this brother just said. Patrick said, if you want to actually do something about if you actually want to do something about GUN violence, then start teaching morals in school again. Start bringing God back into school and back into the home so people can have morals. Stop dehumanizing people with whatever side you're on. Have proper respect for people. Learn to be able to live with each other and still disagree with each other. Parents, start being parents again and raise your children, not social media, not the streets, not TV. Respect is not being taught to children anymore. Life means nothing anymore. And I'm going to tell you why I agree with that. Listen, I know some people will call me a Trump supporter. I'm not, and I don't have to keep on saying that over and over. But that does not mean that I cannot see some value in some of the things. Listen, If I hear somebody say that they're going to do something that automatically falls in line with some of the beliefs that I had before he said that, that's just what that is. That's just what that is. When I heard him say, when we started taking the Bible out of school, I agree with that. When I heard him say, the first time, as soon as I get in the office, I'm going to stop teachers from approaching these children, telling them, you don't have to be a little boy if you don't want to. I stand on that stuff. I stand on that. Now what? Just because it's Trump, I'm supposed to say, well, because Trump said something I agree with, I'm going to say he ain't shit and I'm going to not agree with that. No, I still agree with it no matter who said it. And I'm going to say something. That's another thing that's effed up about the black community, because I'm going to tell you that I was guilty of this. I'm an intellectual, I believe. And I kind of fell into a thing that I was kind of ashamed to admit that I agreed with some of the things that Trump was saying, because my community, my people are hell bent on he's racist, he's this and this and that. I do believe that Trump is doing a couple of things, like when he's talking about giving the police more, what did he say? More free reign, so they don't have to worry about getting prosecuted as it pertains to, I think that that's dangerous. I think that that is a setup for, they already were taking us out in broad daylight. What happens if you give them a green light, right? So the same way that I could say that I disagree with that thing right there about Trump, that doesn't mean that I can't see something else that he's done and agree with it. Because there's a few things that I agree with. The tariffs. I've been in agreement with the tariffs. You guys don't know that everybody else is exporting over here, and they're using little tricks to keep us from exporting over there where they're at. I've been in agreement with that. If somebody can prove me wrong, I'll immediately analyze my stance, and if they have a point on that that's better than mine, I'll agree with them. I agree that the Bibles need to be back in the schools. I agree that teachers need to stop approaching these children talking about with the rainbow community talk. I agree with that. I am an impartial man. That doesn't mean I'm a Trump supporter. That means that, yes, there are some things that he's doing and he has done that if I was president, I would be doing. We have to get out of our minds, well, our community said he a racist and this and that, so I don't agree with nothing he say then. That's ignorance. That is ignorance. Listen, me, myself, there's several of the things, fundamental principles of being a Republican that I stand on. Guess what? There's several things about socialism that I agree with. There's several things about being Democrats that I agree with. See, that's where I think everybody's messed up. You turn this stuff into gang banging. You're not going to tell me that you don't agree with anything that Republicans teach. Nothing, not one thing. You're not going to convince me that there's no principles that Democrats stand on that you agree with. Is there anybody up here who can say that?
No, we all have something of value to
Yeah.
teach one another, and we all have these common denominators, right? And I mean, this is the United States of America, right? Why is it that instead of creating all of these policies and having all this, speech and rhetoric that causes division, why aren't we as the United States focusing on the things that we have in common? All of us want to be safe. All of us want respect.
Right,
All of us
right.
want our constitutional rights acknowledged and to be intact. All of us want to have the same opportunities. I think that we just have more in common than not. But if we're focusing on the things that we don't agree on, that's going to be a point of contention for people to for infighting, basically. And the saying is simple: divided we fall, united we stand. So it's not just about the black community or the white community or the liberals or those on the right. It's about us as human beings. And if they were teaching in schools what unconscious bias was, maybe there would be less racism.
Right, right.
If they were teaching healthy debate in middle school, high
Listen,
school.
my brother Quake said I agree with him with the deportation of illegal immigrants. I have to. I don't know. I think I have to. The first word of it is illegal. Maybe I need to re-educate myself or something, but the first word of it is illegal. right?
Oh, hey, hold on real quick. All right, we've been up here for almost 3 hours, and we are still only 2/3 of the way to 75K likes. I will shut these comments off 100% until the show's over. If I don't get 25 K likes in the next 15 minutes, and I mean, I will shut the comments off for the duration of the show. I don't care.
Listen, my bro, you done, ZF?
Yeah.
Listen, my bro Scoob up in this situation. The key is to not ride too hard for fellow people because nobody's perfect. See, that's what I'm talking about. Listen, I agree with Charlie Kirk's stance on the rainbow community aspects. I agree with it. You telling me I gotta agree with everything that he says? Everything? You sound crazy as hell to me. And like I said, if you feel that way, listen, if you don't want to just unfollow, all you got to do is drop a number 2 in the thing and I'll do it for you. That's insane that we want you to agree with everything that he says. Are you crazy? I agree with several of his. I'm going to say this. Yep, listen, a fan will see no wrong, but a supporter will hold you accountable. And that's what I'm talking about right there. That's real spill right there. That's real.
Right.
We can't be trying to get to a place. I thought the agenda was to get to the destination of what is right.
Right. That's why we can't idolize our leaders. We were never as Christians, we know that we're not supposed to have any idols. Why are we treating this administration's leader like the second coming of JC? Why?
Let me see.
Because
Why would you agree with that, Quakes?
Because in this country, Christian means YT. We know that.
100%. Stand on business then. Yeah, stand on business. And see, listen, I want everybody to understand what ZF just said. Both of you two guys made 2 hella points. Actually, you guys actually said the same thing. I was struggling for the word, but that's how, when they asked me that I believe he's Christian, that's what I believe. And you have to understand the context. Like, a lot of people don't really view black people. They called it pure right Christianity for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Pure, right? Eric said, Quake Styles, why would you agree with the illegal immigration policy? I believe it's talking about the illegal immigration, the immigration policy. It's deeper than that. Only brown and color that are illegal, but he's okay with white people, like that stunt allowing South Africa
to come into America,
got a free walk in.
I don't agree with that shit either. But to answer your question, that the Democratic immigration policy was bad for the black community.
Here's what I don't like. I don't know if we can do anything wrong with it, but I don't like that. I see some of those Mexican kids getting ripped away from them. That's terrible, man. That's unimaginable. You know what I mean? But from a logical standpoint, I do agree when they said there are no other countries that allow people to just freely come in there. You know what I mean? I think it's actually dangerous, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Hey, Stacey, you know my mom from Chicago, right? Mm-hmm. And you used to live, driving distance from Chicago.
Right.
Have you ever seen anybody that wasn't black on the south side of Chicago?
Nope.
Ever? Okay, now those Venezuelan migrants that were coming in, guess where they were putting them?
Yep.
In my mom's neighborhood, 4 blocks away. My mom was my grandparents lived off of 119th and Halsted. They were putting them on 115th and Halsted.
Yep.
They were doing the same thing in Colorado.
It was starting gangs, man, and they were actually mobilizing pretty strategically. You know what I mean? If my research was correct, like when people start mobilizing strategically, man, it's a force to be reckoned with. You know what I'm saying?
But there's also a way to go about addressing all of these issues. You know what I mean? How does it go? Basically, if you're doing brain surgery You don't take a chainsaw
Right.
to do that task. You need a scalpel.
There's
You
a way to
understand what
do
I'm
it.
saying? Right. There's a way to do it. So these mass deportations, picking up people from bus
Yeah,
stops,
I think that's kind of
going to
crazy.
children's
That's kind of
schools,
crazy.
and then also it really shocked me the Supreme Court decision that came down that is allowing racial profiling, because the allowance of racial profiling even in immigration, I mean, what do you think that says for the rest of us?
Yeah.
There should be no racial profiling, and there should be due process given to all people in the
I
United
agree.
States of America, because it's a part of our Constitution. And if we're going to allow one person in office to break the laws, to violate the Constitution, then where is the democracy?
Yeah. It can get out of hand. If you let it slip too tough, it can get out of hand severely. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I'm gonna say one thing and then I'm gonna drop. All of this is about the Constitution. That's where your rights are. That's where your power is. Right now, I was in the Army. When you enlist, you take an oath to defend the Constitution from the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, twice.
Right.
Twice. You have to take it. You have to take that oath twice.
Yes, sir.
So here's the thing though. People don't read the fucking document. If you don't know what's in it, you can't defend it. If you can't defend it, then why are you speaking about it?
That's what they want, though. Why do you think they stopped teaching cursive to children in schools? The Constitution is written in cursive.
Shit, there's printed copies that aren't cursive. Read that motherfucker. Now, just because my kid can read and write cursive, most kids can't. But I'm saying, you can get one. You can get one on Amazon for under $10. Read it.
But I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. We need to empower ourselves, our neighbors, our friends, our family by educating them on these things. And I wish that we could just wake everybody up, because I don't think a lot of people realize what's going on and the alarms aren't going off. I feel really blessed to have stumbled upon this room with the two of you. I don't think it was just a coincidence. I really was looking for some hope, and what direction to kind of go in next, and I was looking for some sense of like morals and values and empathy, but also with some realism.
Right.
And I wasn't finding that. I haven't been seeing that really in the media. I haven't been really hearing it anywhere. And people are starting to stop speaking out publicly about their real feelings. And I think that would be a shame. I think that we can have dialogues as Americans, as citizens of the world, just like we are right now. I think we could solve wars. I think that we could, decrease crime. I think we could create more opportunities for each other, a more peaceful existence for all of us.
I agree.
But we have to be able to have these conversations.
Gotta
So
be
I'm
able
really
to have a
grateful.
communication. Gotta
Yes.
listen. Even in relationships,
Yes.
whenever you go to marriage counseling or something like that, they tell you communication is key. It's key. Because look at the like a lot of hateful racists, they couldn't understand it. But do you know how much ground was accomplished in these conversations that we had today on this channel right here? There was a lot of people who got to express their thoughts. There was some people who hadn't had it in them to think a certain way, that now they just heard this and now they're like, okay, that makes sense. There was a lot of ground covered on this podcast today. You know what I mean? Without it being, you have to see things my way. You know what I mean? You can't get anything done like that. If you have an issue with people seeing something outside the coloring lines of exactly how you see it, you're the person with the issue. It's not the other people. Because a conversation, once the conversation is had, and there's 3 people up here right now, and there's multitudes of other people who are commenting, right? Putting in their input. Once these conversations are filtered through the bar of logic, historical data, facts, things like that, then it presents to us a jewel that is Already, all of the broth has filtered to the top, and this is what you have left. And then we have something that we can assess is as close to the truth as we see it. Now we can take it from there. But when you are in a situation where people are getting pissed because you won't say exactly what they want you to say, see things exactly the way they want you to see, then you can't dig deep inside of you and give them a better perspective, which might be able to shed some light on the way that they're thinking, because now you're being forced to think how they want you to. That's insane. I wish, listen, if anybody knows anything about me, I wish I would let somebody force me to think away. You crazy?
Well, I just want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Keep speaking out. Keep speaking the truth, even when it's not easy. I have a feeling, unfortunately, in this country that things are going to get a little bit more chaotic before they actually get better.
Smart woman.
We're going to have to ride this out, and it's going to require a new version of us, a stronger version of us.
Agree.
It's going to require for us to show grace in the face of adversity while we're being attacked. And that doesn't mean that we let people slap us in our face or, punch us down, or that we play small. But we really have to start to move more strategically, speak more eloquently, and
I agree with everything you're saying.
And move with strategic grace, because sometimes you got to strike a person down.
No doubt about it.
And that's not in regards to what happened. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that sometimes, just like a judge, you got to strike something down.
Right. With no hesitation. Stand your ground.
That's right.
I appreciate you rocking out with us today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. God bless you. I'm going to hop down and go into the comments for a little bit.
All right. You take care.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Listen. For those of you, I don't know, those of you who haven't been in here today, or for those of you who may not even already be familiar with my show, that bullying, that stuff does not work with me, right? Now go back and look at some of my content. Now, this button right here, that button is there for a reason. That button is there to let you know I don't give a F who it offends. I'm about to speak my mind. Right? This is a channel of growth here. This channel is growth, right? Which is why it's so easily for me to condemn my own people, which is why it's so easily for me to condemn unbecoming behavior that I see in African-American women, unbecoming behavior that I see in black men, because what we are about is growth. If you lie to people, there will be no growth. And I must see growth. The community of people who I consider myself to be associated with. If we can't talk about growth and progress, that's the only tattoo that I've ever felt was deserving to be on my body, progress. If we can't do that, there's no need in us having any conversation. If that's not what you're about, this show is not for you. I hope you don't think that I'm one of the types that I don't want to lose any subscribers. No, I stand on business. My beliefs, which have proven to be not so far-fetched to the mass amount of people who encounter it, I stand on that. You can't shame me into believing what you believe. You crazy? It may never get better. What should we be doing? What we should be doing is for all blacks and all color people to unite. Stop separating blacks based on culture. That's a tough one right there, because I used to be of that mindset. That's a whole different show. I really used to be of that mindset. I didn't know that there was so much racism in between blacks and other people of color. I didn't know that, but I came to find out. So that's a whole different battle. First and foremost, black people have to learn how to love and respect each other before we even attempt to learn how to love and unite with someone else, right? That'll be crazy. That'll be inviting chaos into something that you're trying to build when the chaos is already present. So black people have to learn how to stop doing things first and foremost that forces the rest of the world to hate us, look at us like we're animals and monkeys, things like that. Right. Truth of the matter said, I choose the channels I subscribe to based on integrity alone. These are facts. That's how I move. I'm about something. I am trying to get a thing done. I am trying to accomplish some things, right? This is not about fun and games. Look at all of my past content. Sometimes you may get a giggle out of it, the way I say something or something like that. But out of 3.5 years worth of content, you can't go back and see where we have shows that aren't talking about important matters. Out of 3.5 years, not one. We're talking about a thing. We're trying to fix each other. We're offering solutions. And if this person right here has some input that could be more tangible than the information that I thought I had, then we're going to abandon old ideas and adopt the new information that seems as though it proves to be more viable. Because better has to start getting done. I was really shocked. I was really shocked today. Shout out to my bro in this situation, the Happy Basin. I appreciate the support, my brother. I believe this too. I believe Charlie Kirk, had he gotten away from the focusing on the black community, what's taking place in the black community, I think he said that he reads over 100 books a year. He was only 31. I believe that if he had have stopped focusing so much on the black community, I think he could have put and focused on something really life-changing. Something that would be a huge humanitarian benefit for society at large. I think he could have, right? Because he was already thirsty. I think you got to be careful with prejudice. I don't know if he was racist. I know that I didn't like the emphasis that he was putting on the black community because, like, again, we already spoke about this earlier. Have you guys ever noticed that you never hear me doing shows about what's going on in the white community, in the Latino community? What the hell type of benefit do I get from that? And I like for somebody to answer that for me. What benefit could I get? My community is guilty of treason. My community is guilty of doing bad atrocity towards each other. What could I get out of going and doing research about what's taking place in the white community so I can start doing shows on that? The hell? Somebody answer that for me, because maybe I'm crazy right now. But for those of you who already acknowledge it, there is no answer, no viable answer for it. That's what I would get from Charlie Kirk. I wouldn't get that I want him to demise or I want him to lose his life. I wanted to debate him is what I wanted. Because a lot of the information that he was putting out about the black community was so right. I agree. Shout out to Eric in this situation. A lot of the things that he was saying, even some of the stats about the black community was wrong. Even some of the stats were wrong, according to, FBI database and things like that. So, right. Quake Style said no benefit. So now I have to ask myself, what benefit is Charlie Kirk getting out of consistently having the black community in his mouth? You see how that works? I want you all to listen to what I just said and think about that. There has never been one time where I said, we know the white community is doing atrocities. Now, come on, we know that. Let me see if I can go look up the rate at which Caucasian Americans commit incest, pedo activities, school, pops, things like that, driving children into a lake with the mom in the cars and things like that. people finding body parts in deep freezers in the house, the Jeffrey Dahmer type things like that. Let me go research that and see what all I can find about the white community so I can start doing shows on it. Why would I do that? And I want everybody to think about what I just said. What could I gain from that? What could I gain from digging up dirt about the white community and start doing shows about it? Nothing, which is why we couldn't understand why he was doing it. Making it a focal point of a lot of his shows. A lot of you won't believe me.
Blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders. That's not a war on drugs, that's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture.
You've never heard me have a show like this.
Black people have been legislatively subjugated up until 1965. I'll
Hey,
give it, I
listen.
mean, honestly, it's
Shout out to Eric over here in this situation. Eric doesn't even know it, but he said what I said earlier. He's always debating kids instead of adults that have lived already and have the capability to chop his questions. I've said that several times. I announced to everyone that I wanted to square off with him. When it comes to African American community, his stats aren't even accurate. Black people don't commit more of the violent crimes. Look at the FBI database. I'll pull it up right now. Well, if I do that, I might pull up more power. Listen, Scoob said facts. Taking care of your proximity comes first. Why wouldn't it? If you are a white patriot, I don't even believe that there's anything wrong with being a white supremacist. I don't believe there's anything wrong with being a black supremacist, Latino supremacist. Now, if you want your race to be the absolute best it can, why don't you pick your own race apart? Find all of the things that are keeping you from being as amazing as you could be. Talk about those things on your show and talk about how you guys could change it so you could be even higher up at the pinnacle. That's what I do every day. I don't like the things that I see taking place in the black community. So what we have trouble figuring out is why would Charlie Kirk's focal point be so much about what the black community is doing? Unless you're donating money to us or something like that, that's a different story, right? Show that you care. Because if you're not showing it, you have to be doing it from a different place. I hate that he lost his life. I thought that I was going to get to square off with him. Right? I wanted to know more about who he is because there's some other things that he talks about that I agree with. But when you're overly aggressive about the black community this, the black community that, and you're only squaring off with younger kids, like who can't really defend themselves.
later, but let's just say 1965. You do not think that 10 generations of legislative subjugation and slavery during that time, 4,000 black men, women, and children are lynched as the result of race riots in this country. You do not think that these things have a lasting effect. We have had 10 generations of subjugation and 4 of legislative freedom.
Of course they have an impact, but it's more on you to explain why things got worse since this.
See, I would have loved to have been there. I would have loved to have been there when he said that.
I'm your huckleberry.
See, I could have stood on business with him about that, right? But I really want to know, there was so much hate and racism spewed on down there in my chats today. I would love to know, is that same hate going to be spewed from white people towards white people if you find out that the culprit was white? How are you going to deal with each other then when you find out one of your own kind did it? Are you going to spew the same amount of vitriol and hate towards the white community as you did in my chats today for me just having a stance, not a hate-filled stance, a stance that was different from yours? See, that's the hypocrisy of it. It's the hypocrisy of it. Where is this type of venom when these churches are getting right? That's why it's hard for us to understand sometimes. If we speak out against something, you call it racism. But I want to see how you're going to respond to in the black community, we do. We do respond towards each other with aggression. When we do stupid things, it's what my whole channel is about. Listen, go online and look what black people were saying about the guy who ended the life of the Ukrainian girl. It just seems like black people are different. I don't know. It seems like we're real different. We don't have a bias. Listen, I'm going for Canelo in the fight this Saturday. And I'm certain he's going to win. We don't have that type of bias. We go according to what this thing really appears to be. I'm not saying that there's no whites who do, but I'm saying you at least have to be able to see somebody else's perspective instead of calling them a racist. I used to love your show, but now I see that this thing is all about hate. So you loved it every day that you hear me getting on black women and black men, right? But the moment that I disagree with a white man, I'm a racist. You have some soul searching to do. Yeah. If a lie is being repeated enough, it will take the placement of the facts. Right. Not over here. We don't move like that. I appreciate the gifts, Pappy. I appreciate it. Pappy Potbelly in this situation supporting the show. Listen, people, TikTok, you guys have been treating me pretty bad over here with the gifts. Let's get to it. You guys know that we've been dropping heat. Well, we do all the time. Let's support the show, people. Where are my universes at? And I still haven't got one of those. I want one of those fire-breathing dragons, too. I've only seen that once. But shout out to the happy Bayesian in this situation, my bro. Listen, hold on. My brother said, FBI table 43A, white people commit 59% of all violent crimes. We've told you that. See, I believe Charlie Kirk to be an intelligent guy. So when I would hear him speak on the black community and the stats were wrong, I had to ask myself, is he doing that on purpose to make the black community look worse? See, you got to understand, this is not what I'm saying. I'm going off of what he says. So when I see that this intelligent man is saying something that I know to be factually inaccurate, I have to ask myself, why is he doing that? There could only be a couple. Are you trying to do that to make us look worse than it really is? And if we ask, what's it called? If we second guess something, we're racist. Search your soul. Search your soul. Listen, my bro Scoob down here snapping tonight. This is factual. The biggest irony is that those that disagree with you the most will raise kids that will understand your messages more than their parents ever did. That's one thing that I can say that we have to look forward to. A lot of these kids are growing up with their own minds. They've had amazing experience with black people, and it's a little bit more difficult to teach them that racism. You know what I mean? A lot of these people are going to grow up and be able to assess, because racism is usually taught. It's passed down, right? A lot of these people love African-American music, which probably today that's not a good thing, but we have more things in common than what we used to have to when it was easier to brainwash a child into racism. Never heard of Benny Johnson. Another Charlie Kirk influencer alike, Benny Johnson. Don't know if you ever know. I've never heard of him. Benny Johnson. Never heard of him. See, me, myself, as a black man, I would have loved to see Charlie Kirk going to do some real great things. Not this pity and picking on the black community thing. I'm talking about some great things for real, to where I could say, I've never thought about it like that. What he built was amazing. Picking on the black community, what the hell does that accomplish? Hasn't the black community been picked on enough? I don't know. You got me so-called picking on them every day. You don't think that's enough? The late, great Kevin Samuels, the black gurus, right? The Angry Man channel doesn't hold back on. See, we don't throw, I think for the most part, black people, we don't sweep our stuff under the rug. If you did some effed up stuff, you did some effed up stuff. That's just how we look at it. We don't pull back because you're the same race as us. We don't do it. Why is the right wing rewriting history? They are talking like he was the leader of a big movement. That's what he is, a podcaster. Like well, I guess, when people lose their lives, they already said that they become more famous. So right, my girl said our inventions, our music, our culture, our seasoning, but they don't want us to have equality. I agree with that. I found out today that we can't have an opinion that differs from white society. Of course, that's not all of them, because there's some people down there in the chat who still. I have some white people who just simply rock with me, and you can't convince them to do otherwise, right? Because they can hear. They can hear. Some people can hear. The same way we don't understand women a lot, like they go delusional and things like that. Sometimes you'll get those ones, they can hear, and you can tell they were raised with the father. They can hear and they understand every complaint that we have. But I'll let you know this now. I can't be bagged into a corner to where I talk the way you want me to talk. You better go back and check my content. We don't move like that. Listen, if I don't care about offending my community, I don't know what the hell you think you could. Yeah, you stand no chance. Listen, people, wherever my gifters at, let's keep the show going, people. We have not met our threshold for the night. Shout out to all of the people on YouTube. The thumbs up. And shout out to all of the people on YouTube who gave the thumbs down. It's all good. It's all good. You can drop a few more thumbs down if you want to. It's all good. What was I about to do? Oh, that's what I was doing. I'm bugging out over here. Bugging out. Where's it at? Where's it at? Why isn't that coming up? Bugging out. Listen, people on TikTok, the screen is going to freeze for a second. I got to do something.
Want to be me next. I've never seen an unhappy.
You dropped out of college.
I want to show this to you guys really quick. Okay, I want to show you guys this. Who just dropped that gift? Shout out to my girl Sweets in this situation for supporting the show. Okay, so we're going to do it like this. I want to show you guys something.
You dropped out of college, and your highest...
I have published books, read lots of books, dialogued with a lot of people, and instead of asking what my qualifications are,
yet
can you
you're
name one thing I've
consistently
ever
wrong.
said? Hold on, name one thing I'm wrong about.
Watch this. The boy is going to give him the smoke, but he's going to use the crowd to turn against the boy, but the boy is going to give him smoke.
You literally just now incorrectly cited the difference between socialism and communism. While you yourself...
How so? What did I do?
How so? You claimed that Russia was socialist. Russia was never
Soviet
socialist.
Union was socialist.
No, it was a communist nation. There is a significant difference between the two.
Why did Lenin say that socialism is the gateway to communism, and he was self-described socialist in his private treatise and documents in the Russian Revolution?
Lenin was overtaken by Stalin.
Hold on a second. No, Lenin died, and then Stalin was his successor.
Yes.
So, but Lenin himself said, quote, that socialism is the introductory phase to communism. Did he not say
so
that?
then the vast majority of people, when they're referring to communist Russia, are referring to Stalin's rule over Russia. That was a communist rule that turned into a fascist rule later on.
Okay, so but what thinker was deified in Soviet Russia?
What thinker was deified?
Yes.
Marx.
Oh, and what book did Marx write?
Yes, he wrote Capital, and he also wrote the
Communist Manifesto. Who was his?
He's giving Charlie the smoke right now. What I've noticed about, just watch.
Co-author.
Who was co-author?
Yeah, Engels. Good. I'm glad college is really paying off for you.
Hey.
So no, but it's okay. It's fine. He comes up here and insults my intelligence. What are your qualifications? Doesn't even know the co-author of the Communist Manifesto.
See, this is what I've seen him do. He switches it up. That's not what he's talking about. It doesn't matter. The boy's education. Let's stay on topic.
Listen, but no, let me just
but does my lack of knowledge on that mean that I have no knowledge? Again, is that the same
thing? You came up here and
thing?
insulted me, and you came up here guns a-blazing, man. And let me just ask again, what did I say that was wrong? I said that under the generally agreed upon definition of communism and socialism, which are interchangeable terms, one is a more harsh degree of the other, is that the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the deprivation of basic human rights such as right to speech, right to assembly, and right to worship. How is that not a good definition of communism or socialism?
That explains
the
fascism better.
Well, but...
Listen, I'm going to say something. I'm going to go ahead and repeat what my brother just said. I want everybody to listen to me right now. I want everybody to pay attention. My brother Eric said, if Candace Owens as a black woman can bash her own kind, what do we think a white man will do? I can say Kirk is a racist. A non-racist wouldn't have the energy to do what he did. I'll put it to you like this. As it pertains to Charlie Kirk's talking points about African Americans, he never said anything that made me feel good. He never said anything that made me feel like there was love from him towards me. He never said anything that I felt like was positive. Now, that's a hell of a statement. I can say that none of his conversation about African Americans ever made me feel good. You can't accidentally misinterpret how someone feels about you. It's very difficult. When I would hear Charlie Kirk speak about the African American community, I wouldn't think, he's out for our best interest. He wants things to get better for us. That's not what I got. Listen, you know what? AZF, dang it. I want people to give me a thumbs up if that's how you feel. If when you heard Charlie Kirk talk about the African American community, Give me a thumbs up if you can honestly say you feel as though he had the best interest for the black community at hand. That he was genuinely concerned about our well-being. That's the problem. That's the problem.
In the Communist Manifesto, Marx said, quote, "We are here to destroy the nuclear family and eradicate the family because it was the original oppressive, tyrannical structure." He said religion is the opiate of the masses and that private property must be eradicated. I have just now documented all three of those with evidence back to original source documents. And then in practice, Russia did all those three things when they were the Soviet Union. So where am I wrong?
But then at the same time, if you claim that those are all negative things, then why do you practice certain things in the doctrines that you just stated?
Well, I'm not trying to take people's stuff away. I want people to have bigger families, and I want churches to remain open.
Yeah, but the thing is
So how do I practice?
No, but your biggest thing, your biggest point that everyone.
This young boy is giving him the smoke. But Charlie Kirk knows how to use the crowd to get an applause and kind of smother the boy's good talking points. Watch.
Here is that you're a potential white supremacist. So,
what evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept, okay? And you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man. How do you know?
Because I have eyes.
Because you have eyes. That's
and
not
I
a description.
Reason. So what can a black person do that I can't do in America? Or
I cannot get in the same magnitude of trouble that you can get into. You can make mistakes that you will be allowed to recover from that I will not be able to recover from. This is very simple. This is law. They're trying to overturn some of the laws right now that prove it. One is called the 100-to-1 ratio. Look it up. Hey, ZF, we got it. Hey, you guys hurry up. Look, I'm not going to keep the show going until we get these comments on. I got some questions to ask to the people. I want to know, is there even one person down there who believes that a black person with no criminal record and a white person can get in the same amount of trouble as a white person with no crime record and they get the same sentencing? Is there anyone who believes that? Anyone? Is there anyone who believes that I don't have to work harder to get the same job? They have studies. Statistics show that a black man with a lower level college degree is more likely, a white man with no college experience at all is more likely to get hired at a job than a black man with a bachelor's degree. Watch this. I want you guys to pay attention.
Black person do.
What can I do a black person can't do?
Let's think of some history right here. Let's go through the history of redlining.
Now, this is when I wanted to meet Charlie Kirk and debate with him, I was going to make sure he didn't do this. The best points that you can bring up, he'll say, no, we're not talking about that. I want to show you. He asked a question. The boy was about to answer it, but, the type of answers that we don't want to use those. Watch.
That I can't do in America, or
what can
vice
a black
versa.
person do?
What can I do a black person can't do?
Let's think of some history right here. Let's go through the history of redlining.
I don't need a history. I don't need.
Yes,
listen. No, you're talking about white privilege.
You do need a history lining. Clearly, you need a history lesson.
I know your talking points better than you do, and I've read all the literature that you have. I've probably forgotten.
He won't let him speak. He's not used to the average kid, this kid's age, bucking against him this strong.
History affects the present day as well, and you know that's true. If you went to college, you would know.
Well, hold on a second, but let me.
So then why are you wearing the college as a scam shirt? Drop out.
Well, because you could.
So it's because you don't believe your own beliefs, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, you can admit something's a scam and still get through it. That's why he's wearing it. Okay.
Why?
You could feel like you're getting ripped off by an airline and still want to get to New York.
That's not what we're talking about anymore.
Like you're like, I'm getting ripped off by a $1,000 ticket, but you still get on the airplane. Like it doesn't make you a hypocrite. It means that the people are ripping you off, and a lot of you are getting ripped off. But no, so as far as white privilege, just without the history lesson of, Jim Crow, segregation, imperialism, colonialism, slavery, all the stuff that I know that you're going to say, but just concretely in America.
Home appraisals. Black people often get ripped off as it pertains to when it comes time to get their homes appraised. D.L. Hewley experienced it.
Today, what can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs with they have a black sounding name.
That's not even close to being true. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal.
In fact, it's the opposite.
Watch this. You have a Sambo, and I'm calling him a Sambo because he's going to come bring his own independent experience into this, even though we still know the information is true. Watch.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to. No.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I've worked for Congressman Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black name has not given me shit. Go ahead.
So.
But my point in showing you guys was this. What the hell was that? Freaking douchebag. My point in showing you guys that was this. Just because someone can talk eloquently, just because someone can talk without stuttering, you guys got to stop listening to every word that they say. Make it make sense to you. That's what I do, and I don't care if they're black or white. I've always been like that. Listen, this show right here. Shout out to Truth of the Matter in this situation. I appreciate the gift. Phoenix Oracle over in this situation blessing us. Who is this? Username showing some love. Right, okay. Phoenix Oracle said, little do they know the majority of us are very forgiving people and face adversity with grace. I think that's one of the biggest flaws of black people. How forgiving we are. We'll take lashing after lashing after lashing, and we want to get along and we want to be left alone so bad to where we'll even to take a few more lashings just to fall into the grace of the people who are giving us the lashes. That's what we've been doing. It's what we've been doing. Shout out to my girl Sweets over here setting it off with the gifts. We got to turn this down. This thing is jumping tonight for some reason. Hey, ZF, put a poll up for me. Put a poll up. I want to know how many people believe white privilege exists and how many people don't. If you can't, I'll do it. But yeah, put a poll up for me if you can, brother. See, I believe there just has to be a piece of racism attached to that. I agree. SSB said Charlie Key was low-key a bully. I agree with that. Now, am I wrong? Because he is passed, am I wrong for saying that? These are just truths. And what does that say about somebody down there who can hear me say a truth? And just because I'm saying it about a white person, oh, this channel is racist, filled with hate. You have work that you need to do on yourself. Definitely. Definitely. Let me put this poll up if my brother can. Oh, I can't. I don't get bullied. Darn it. I'm going to do this. ZF, damn it. The hell is this? Damn it, ZF. Okay. I want to see that. We got a poll up right now, people. For those of you who on 100%, Eric, 100%. SSB said he won't debate anyone who could push back. That's what I always got out of it. I made it vocal these last 2 weeks that I wanted to smoke with him. Listen, people on TikTok, I want you guys to hit that poll. Does white privilege exist or no? I want to see you guys hit that poll. I want to see. And see, that's another thing that had me looking at him sideways. Anybody who will say white privilege doesn't exist, you're on some intentional BS. You're on some intentional BS. People on YouTube, we are $30 away from our nightly goal. Let's get it going, people. 2 people with $15, whatever it is. 10 people with $3, whatever. Let's go. Let's get this thing going, people, to keep the show going. You can break it up however you want to. Let's represent the show. Yeah, I can't imagine there being one person. Like, I really would like to talk to, if there's even one person who believes white privilege doesn't exist, I'd love to talk to them. Listen, I wanted so badly to get square off with Charlie Rose. You guys can go back at the later shows from last week and see. We were talking about it. Hey, Eric, I don't know if you can like that. I'm gonna drop the link down there. If it'll let you click the link and you can come on up. But other than that, I think you might have to come to YouTube. But we could try it right here. I just dropped the link down there. But black privilege exists today. DEI hire is a clear example. You know why it exists? Because they felt like so many injustices have been perpetrated against the black community where they needed some type of... That's exactly why DEI exists. And even it doesn't exist anymore. If there, black privilege, oh my, what? Listen, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Even unqualified black people will be accepted strictly because they're diverse. Tell me why that policy was put in place. Black people had been subjugated so significantly to where it's like, look, okay, we got at least throw them a bone. Yeah. And if that's the case, then that means, is there underqualified whites in the workforce? Right? If the studies are true that a white man with a black person with a black sounding name is 50% less likely to get a call back from a job than a white, then that means that there has to be being pushed through there some whites who are underqualified. So think about it. We're not going to count nepotism. What? Because the Jews have worked overtime to expel the white man through the means of black Muslims and Spanish men. I mean, if we're going to be honest, whites and Jews are almost hand in hand. Whites receive privilege. I don't see where whites are oppressed by the Jews. Yeah, I don't see it. Jews might be out performing and out competing, but right. Have we not had, let me see something. What's going on? Hey, ZF, I don't know what's going on over here. It's not letting me.
Liberal Democrat who died tragically in a plane crash, and his funeral turned into a huge rallying it was a Liberal Democrat who died tragically in a plane crash, and his funeral turned into a huge.
Okay, we're back on. I don't know what happened. Shout out to my bro Jerry Cherokee up in this situation. Memphis is definitely in the building. Shout out to my bro Eric dropping support on the show. I appreciate you guys. We're going to step on in this thing. Keep this thing going in. Listen, so some of you guys don't know, some of you guys don't know the TikTok thing. It just blanked out for a minute, so I had to swipe it off. and go back and reopen the TikTok. When I reopened it, it came on to a clip. They were talking about the Charlie Kirk situation. The title was Myron Gaines seen crying and shedding tears about Charlie Kirk. You can go look at it. I don't knock that. I think Myron's a demon. I think something's wrong with him. But I think most of I don't knock. I think it's a sad event that what happened. Like I really looked forward to squaring off with Charlie Kirk. Myself personally, I don't see any justification for his life being taken. I don't know what the person that did it might have seen. Maybe they heard something I didn't, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't condone that. I can't find a way to condone that. I can't find a way to condone it. I think whoever did it probably, I don't know. Said I'm paused on TikTok. I just refreshed it. Oh my gosh. Is this real? Somebody just said, I just randomly came across this stream and not sure what's all being discussed, but I think it's hard to say that white privilege, I think it's hard to say white privilege as a whole exists. Maybe privileged individuals, but not as a whole. I didn't think that there was one person on planet Earth who... Are you trolling me? Okay, so Juggernaut, do you believe that me and you can have the same criminal record and both of us get caught with that white powdery substance and we'll both receive the same amount of time? I'm going to wait for your answer. I don't believe that there's legitimately one sincere person in all of America. I want to say the world. I don't believe if we strapped them up to a polygraph test, I don't think one person in all of America could legitimately say that they don't believe that white privilege exists and pass that lie detector test. We live inside of it every day. We were speaking about the Charlie Kirk incident today. And because some of us said we believe some of his message was had hate and that we didn't justify anyone's life being taken, because we said that we didn't agree with the message he pushed up on the black community, we were called racist. This channel was said to be a hate channel. Yet you can talk about it and we can't. That's gotta be some type of troll. There's no way that's real. Hey, listen, give me a thumbs up, TikTok, if you guys can see me. ZF said the screen is frozen. Okay, I guess it's not frozen. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay, so, and at least I see this person is coming from a place of sincerity so far is what I think. I think there are injustices. I'm not saying that prejudice doesn't exist. I just think not all whites are privileged. Do you believe that all white people are looked at different than black people are looked at? Do you believe that a bottom of the barrel white person and a bottom of the barrel black person can both get caught with an unregistered firearm? Do you believe that both of them will receive the same punishment? And I'm talking about the entire races. We can pull a bottom of the barrel white person from the white community and a bottom of the barrel black person from the black community, and both of them get caught with a firearm. Both of them have the same record. You gotta know the outcome is going to be different, right? Here's why we know. What are the odds we're going in front of a white judge, a white prosecutor, who can identify with you, who can sympathize with you? Listen, if you don't believe that white privilege exists, why is it that when African Americans go to trial for very serious offenses, they usually at bare minimum, have 8 white jurors and the rest will be spread out between Asian and Latino, things like that? Why do you think black people don't go to trials? Have any of you ever thought about why black people go to trial when we're in our trials? When we're in our trials, we plead the fifth and we let our lawyers talk for us? A lot of you don't know this, but you will know it now. If I have ever done anything in my life, let's say that I'm at trial for getting caught with a firearm, and I have ever been in a physical altercation in my life. If I take the stand and speak up for myself, they can bring up that fight that I got into 20 years ago, and it will make it look more likely that I did possess that firearm. That's why we don't take the stand. In the Georgetown law book, it states, although applicants pleading, not applicants, what is it called? Suspects pleading guilt, pleading Fifth Amendment are instructed to not be viewed as guilty, it does make them appear to be guilty. Because the first thing that people say is, why isn't that person speaking for themselves if they didn't do anything? It's because I know I have something in my criminal background that the prosecutor can bring up legally if I take the stand. Defendants, yeah, defendants. I appreciate that, Dallas. I tell you what, there's nothing like being black. Because it's like, I'm starting to understand some people have really never, it is our reality. It's not that it could happen to us sometime. It typically happens all the time with us. When we go into that courtroom, we get a different lived experience than you do. Our look, just how we're looked upon. What is said about us. Do you know how many of these judges, how many of these prosecutors have watched the movie Menace to Society that, was made by white filming companies, makes us look worse, demonizes us, things like that. Our music. They take our lyrics to our music inside some of these trials. A lot of people have admitted that they lied in their rap. Most people lie in their lyrics. You can look at some. Do you believe Tekashi 6ix9ine is really a Killer? But he says it in his lyrics because it's more impactful for the lyrics. Yeah, and see, when you apply listen, do you know that all successful businesses, they run off of a system? That's how powerful a system is. Systematic racism is a weapon unlike anything that you've ever understood, because it doesn't just touch one point. It touches our ability to properly get loans. It touches our ability to live, to sell our homes, to get our homes fairly appraised. It affects redlining, right? It affects as human beings, we all mess up. We all make mistakes. Black people aren't really allowed to make mistakes. When we get in trouble and go before a judge, it's usually going to be ugly. It's usually going to be ugly. Juggernaut seems to be coming from a listen. Juggernaut, go. I'm gonna drop this link. Let me drop a new link. Hopefully this should work. Seems to be coming from an authentic place. I can respect that. Click the link down in the chat, Juggernaut. I just dropped a new link. Click it. It should bring you right up. Listen, I think it's very, very unfortunate that people have never tasted the true Black experience, because there would not be one person in the world who would ever say white privilege doesn't exist. And I'm talking about on an exorbitant level. It's to the point, like a lot of Black people, when they go in certain establishments, they feel like everybody's looking at them because of how they've been treated throughout society. Look at how police officers treat Black people. It was at Dallas. I think it was Dallas. They were just trying to pass a law to where you could no longer, what do they call pulling a Black person over? What's it called? Forget what it's called. Where you no longer can do that. What's it called? You pull a person over, not stereotype. But I forget what it's called, but man, listen, it's crazy to get pulled over because of the color of your skin. White people aren't getting pulled over because of the color of their skin. Phoenix said it won't be that way forever. I disagree with that. Long as, listen. Yeah, oh, you Black, you should have known better. Listen, the same music that influences our younger generations of children to go out and commit crimes and things like that, guess what? The major record labels won't give our artists any deals unless they talk about negativity. Profiling, right. Racial profiling, right. Appreciate it, Jared. Listen, this is factual information. Do you guys know that there's panels of white people and maybe a couple of Blacks or whatever, before an album is released, it has to get the approval of these people? They've told some people that the music wasn't gritty enough. Bone Thugs and Harmonies, you guys should go on YouTube, right, as soon as you can. Bone Thugs and Harmonies were in a meeting. I don't want to misquote it, but can I pull it up? Let me try to pull this thing up. Let me try to pull this up. Yeah. Listen, even the music that you guys say we talk about often that leads to degeneracy, they won't give us a deal if we don't talk about those things. D1 is one of the hottest rappers out there right now. Oh, okay. It's all good, Juggernaut. It's all good. D1 is one of the hottest rappers out there right now. And he can't get a deal because he promotes positivity to the Black community, and he condemns that we talk about taking each other's lives and things. Right? Let me see. Boom. Let me see something. Let me see something. There we go, right here. Okay, so let's do this then. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to let it play out. Let me get this together. I want to show you guys something. Boom. This is the only way that I know how to do this. I'm going to have to be quiet and...
On September 13th, stream the historic concert celebration live from Vatican City with Pharrell Williams and Voices of Fire, Andrea Bocelli.
The letter is the secret meeting that changed rap music and destroyed a generation. Damn. So it says, hello. After more than 20 years, I finally decided to tell the world what I witnessed in 1991, which I believe was one of the biggest turning points in popular music and ultimately American society. I have struggled for a long time weighing the pros and cons of making my story public, as I was reluctant to implicate the individuals who were present that day. So I've simply decided to leave out the names and all the details that may risk my personal well-being and that of those who were, like me, dragged into something they weren't ready for. Damn. Hold on, let me So we gonna tell the story. We gonna tell the story. We ain't scared. You know what I'm saying? What they gonna do? They after us, not scared. Look, that black van. So look, so he says, between the late 80s and early 90s, I was what you may call a decision maker with one of the more established companies in the music industry. I came to Europe in the early 80s and quickly established myself in the business. The industry was different back then, since technology and media weren't accessible to people like that, like they are today. The industry had more control over the public and had the means to influence them any way it wanted. Right. This may explain why in early 1991, I was invited to attend a closed-door meeting with a small group of business insiders to discuss rap music's new direction. Rap music's new direction. Yeah. Little did I know we would be asked to participate in one of the most unethical and destructive business practices ever seen. Crazy. So this was the meeting. The meeting was held at a private residence on the outskirts of Los Angeles. I remember about 25 to 30 people were being there. Right. Most of them familiar faces. Speaking of those I knew, we joked about the theme of the meeting, as many of us did not care for rap and failed to see the purpose of being invited to a private meeting to discuss the future of hip-hop. Talk to them. Among the attendees was a small group of unfamiliar faces who stayed to themselves and made no attempt to socialize beyond their circle. Based on their behavior and formal appearances, they didn't seem to be from our industry. Our casual chatter was interrupted when we were asked to sign the confidentiality agreement, preventing us from publicly discussing the information presented during the meeting. Needless to say, this intrigued, in some cases, disturbed many of us. The agreement was only a page long, but very clear on matters and consequences, which stated that violating the terms would result in job termination immediately. We asked several people what this meeting was about and the reason for such secrecy, but could not find anyone who had the answers for us. A few people refused to sign and walked out. Nobody stopped them. I was tempted to follow, but curiosity got the best of me. That's right. A man who was part of the unfamiliar group collected all the agreements from us. So now it's going to get to the good part because the meeting about to start. Talk to him, Jake. It says, quickly after the meeting began, hold on one second. Get your popcorn, y'all. popcorn, get your pistol. No, for real. Quickly after this meeting began, one of the industry colleagues, who shall remain nameless like everybody else, thanked us for attending. He then gave the floor to a man who only introduced himself by first name and gave no other details about his personal background. I think he was the owner of the residence, but that was never confirmed. He briefly praised all of us for the success we had achieved in our industries and congratulated us for being selected as part of this small group of decision makers. At this point, I began to feel slightly uncomfortable and the strangeness of this gathering. The subject quickly changed as the speaker went on to tell us that the respective companies we represented had invested in a very profitable industry, which could become even more rewarding with our active involvement. Damn. He explained that the companies we worked for had invested millions into the building of privately owned prisons, and that our positions of influence in the music industry would actually impact the profitability of these investments. Then he says, I remember many of us in the group immediately looking at each other in awe and confusion. At the same time, I didn't know what a private prison was, but I wasn't the only one. Sure enough, someone asked what these prisons were and what any of this had to do with music. We were told that these prisons were built by privately owned companies who received funding from the government based on the number of inmates. The more inmates, the more the government would pay these prisons. It was also made clear to us that since these prisons are privately owned, as they become publicly traded, we'd be able to buy shares. Most of us were taken back by this. Again, a couple of people asked what this had to do with us. At this point, my industry colleague who had first opened the meeting took the floor again and answered our questions. He told us that since our employees had become silent investors in this prison business, it was now in their interest to make sure that these prisons remain filled. Our job would be to help make this happen by making music which promote criminal behavior, rap being the music of choice. He assured us that this would be a great situation for us because rap music was becoming an increasingly profitable market for our companies, and as employees, we'd also be able to buy stocks in these prisons. Immediately, silence came over the room. You could have heard a pin drop. I remember looking around to make sure I wasn't dreaming and saw half of the people with dropped jaws. My daze was interrupted when someone shouted, "Is this a fucking joke?" At this point, things became chaotic. Right. Two of the men who were part of the unfamiliar group grabbed the man who shouted and attempted to remove him from the house. A few of us, myself included, tried to intervene. One of them pulled out a gun, and we all backed off. They separated us from the crowd, and all four of us was escorted outside. My industry colleague who opened up the meeting earlier hurried out to meet us and reminded us that we had signed an agreement and would suffer the consequences of speaking out about this publicly, or even those who attended the meeting. Damn. I asked him, why was he involved with something so corrupt? And he replied, it's bigger than the music business and nothing we can do. It's bigger than the music business and nothing we want to challenge without risking consequences. We all protested as we walked back into the house. I remember word for word the last thing he said. It's out of my hands now. Just remember you signed an agreement. He then closed the door behind him. The men rushed us to our car and actually waited until we drove off the property. Damn. So this meeting, bro.
Now that's a lot for a meeting right there.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this person later on, he said, this person actually ended up leaving the music industry after this happened. A few years after this, he ended up leaving the music industry. Okay. And he said he just over the years he just felt guilty because he said as he sat back and he watched these plans come to a reality
over 2 decades.
He sat back and was like, wow, they really pulled it off.
Yeah.
They really pulled this off. He was like, they were told not to sign any more political rappers, any more rappers that had messages in their music.
No positivity.
It was all to be gangster rap music that they promoted and put out.
So if you wonder where Brand Nubians went, where Poor Righteous Teachers went, where Public Enemy went, where KRS-One went, and all sorts of groups like that was talking, even Queen Latifah and Moni Love and those, you know,
everybody.
It's a back door.
Yeah, anything that was harmless, fun rap, you know, anything that had a message in it had to go.
Yeah, that's why if you even notice though, now
we talk about that all the time.
Even be brief with it, you know what I'm saying? Those charms that came out like maybe in 1988, 89, the African charms, those they lasted for about 2 years and they disappeared real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Now, after reading all this, you know, it actually made me feel a few different ways. The first emotion I felt was shocked, because I was definitely taken back by this, just knowing the level of evil that's involved by even thinking of a plan like this. You know what I'm saying? The second emotion I felt was anger. Anger because it's not enough for them to exploit our culture and make all the money off of it. Mm-hmm. Because let's keep it real, the industry has never been favorable towards the artists. Never. But they're going to go beyond the artists to get the artist to influence and lure in the consumer, which they knew at the time were mainly minorities.
Yep.
In other words, keep promoting gangster rap so that the youngsters will be influenced by them, which in turn will incite them to want to act like them, and it's a very good chance they'll end up in their prison.
Yeah.
So they're getting paid twice. They're getting paid from the artists they signing, and then they're getting paid from the people that these artists influence that goes to prison trying to be like these artists.
Yeah.
So they making a killing.
A killing.
They're using the music business to promote their private prison business.
My man is right there talking that right. 1988, a man named Tom Beasley, man. That's the co-founder of the corrections for Corporation of America. That's the CCA. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my French. I'm reading this thing right there real quick. It's the CCA. So in 1988 he founded that, and this is in straight concert with the same thing. So it's like the music business. You do what you do on your side, and over here with the correction facilities, we're gonna do on this side And now in 1970 there was 500 prisons. You know what I'm saying? Only 500 prisons in the United States. To this day, there's 1,700 prisons right now. That means big business. I'm talking about that done flippled over. You know what I'm saying? If flippled over is a word. Because they're making a lot of money off of these things per inmate. You know what I'm saying? So getting with the same thing of the music, it all went hand in hand, and we just partying at the same time.
So us as the artists is the tool they use.
Yeah.
The music is the bait.
Yep.
And the young consumers are the prey. It's a cold game.
Cold game, bro.
Cold game. Then I feel sad. Sad because everything we seem to try to create, we always seem to give it away. We're always being tricked and deceived into believing that they have our best interests at hand, when clearly they never have, and they never will. They never will have our best interests at hand. It's blow after blow after blow after blow.
Build a website you...
People choose to believe that a lot of this is conspiracy theory and things like this, but we live it. We live it. We've been known about this. A lot of us grew up in environments where some phenomenal artists and things like that, they may even make it up into the major record labels where they perform and this and that. The black experience in America is a mother effer. If a person were to sit down, oh my gosh, I did that bull crap. My fault to my people. Listen, I'm going to say this again because they didn't hear me. The black experience is a mother effer in America. It's our true to life lived experience. This thing is real. We know for a fact that we are in trouble when we walk in these courtrooms, even for the slightest of matters. We know that. We know that even if we didn't do something, we're going in front of a panel of pretty much 12 white jurors who can't relate to us, who can't identify with us. Imagine. There's been a couple of people who down here where I can tell that they really had, like Juggernaut. Juggernaut seems to be authentic, like really authentic. And imagine having 12 white jurors who don't believe in white privilege. That leaves them to believe you're just up there doing dumb-ish. They won't have the ability to have empathy. Empathy is something that is definitely needed in the judicial system, or you will whack people off. Listen, another thing, when all of these juror panels find you guilty, they don't tell you that that black guy's going to get 60 years for this little crumb of powder. They don't tell you that because the sentencing date comes later. I'm going to tell you guys something else that I laugh at. I guarantee you, black people, I guarantee you that there will be black people down in the comments right now who know this, and there will be whites who can't fathom it. These movies that you guys see, where they say we don't have enough probable cause, They don't do that for real. Our probable cause warrants get searched they get signed like. I'm not even want to get into all of that. Like, it's different. And a lot of you can tell when black people come up here and we talk so emphatically, like, you don't believe in white privilege. That means we've already suffered at the ill fates of it before. We know better. We can't get in trouble like you can get in trouble. The difference can be tantamount. Angel Jockey, I can't breathe. Charlie Kirk is dead. Yeah, it's a travesty. It's a travesty. It's definitely a travesty. I'd like to know what prompted it. I can't imagine what prompted it. Because if anything, I feel like maybe I can't imagine anybody from the rainbow community. I don't know. Maybe extremist views. I don't know. Juggernaut said, so I grew up poor in a DRUG home with abuse and violence, a broken home. I was told I'd next to amount to anything, and I might as well take myself out. And I'll admit, I've thought about that path. Yeah. Poverty hits all of us, but a white person who is submersed in poverty will have more opportunities than a black person who is submersed in poverty. There's no way you can get around that. That's just factual. Imagine Obama sending armed National Guards into red states. I support Trump sending the National Guards in. I get your point, though. I support Trump doing that. I support it fully. If I had to, I'd donate to the cause. I fully support it. At this point in Chicago, we need to try anything. Do you know how many of our babies are losing their lives? Every day. At this point, we have to try anything. Yeah, like I said, I definitely don't. I definitely don't rejoice in the fact that Charlie Kirk got his life taken out. It was gruesome, and I hate to say this, that his wife will likely get to see that clip on that. That clip was gruesome. I can't even believe. I don't know. I think they should take it down. I think they should take that clip down off of the internet. Um, I wasn't as people now saying what will happen after the National Guard leave. Well, it should be some training for the police to keep that thing stabilized after the National Guard gets away. See, there's a lot of corruption in Chicago Police Department too. And not even just in Chicago Police Department. In the United States, we don't have police officers who grew up always wanting to be a police officer anymore. You know, back in the days, 40 years ago, police officers came from police. They used to, play cops and robbers with their friends, and this is the guy who always wanted to be the cop and things like that. They don't have that anymore. Now they have people who didn't do well with women in school and things like that, used to get picked on and out of work, and they filled out a job application that they got called back by the police departments. We have a lot of unstable people who are simply not qualified. Over 50% of the people, or probably more than 60% of the people. Yeah, over 60% of the people who are police officers in the United States are not qualified. There's a scripture in the Bible that says the soldiers can do nothing except the king know about it. So all of this injustice that's taking place, could you imagine filling out for a job at a police station? As soon as you walk in, some of the people, the other cops, they immediately tell you, listen, bro, I don't know where you've worked at before you came here, but our Sarge does not play. Any police corruption, any unarmed shootings, listen, he'll hang you out to dry and he'll prosecute you to the highest extent. Do you know that stuff would drop overnight? So the question becomes, if there is no fear of prosecution in these police stations, why isn't there? It means because they all know that they have each other's back. Who doesn't know that? That's wrong. There's been instances of cops who was it? It was a famous case too. That wasn't the Johnny Depp. There was a really famous case. Was it the O.J. Simpson? I forget which one it was. But a couple of cops came forth, like, to be honest about it, and they got shunned. Their careers were never the same. I think they even got put on a different patrol duty. This is real, people. What do you think it's going to take to end the unalivings and the violence? Scary Bilbo is nuts. I believe this. There's a thing that would work if we had righteous leaders today, but it wouldn't work. I believe in Trump. When Trump was talking about sending people, making that agreement with Korea to send the worst of the worst felons over there to their prison, I agree with that. But our judicial system is so corrupt, you would still have to worry about what we have to worry about today. Things getting planted on innocent people and innocent people being sent across seas for personal gains and things like that. So that's, Hey, yeah, we definitely not gonna preach any hate up here, people. I don't want anybody making fun that man lost his life. That's unacceptable. He said some things that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but yeah, that man had family, that man had kids. I don't know. I just can't justify it. A lot of times I like to put myself in those people's shoes. Like if that was my brother that something like that happened to, right? I believe personally that he spread hate in some of his messages. Yeah, but I just can't find a way to justify his life being taken like that. Not like that. Guy was only 31 years old, right? All right, people, we're going to go ahead and end the show. I got a lot of clips to chop up so we can have some content for tomorrow. I really appreciate you guys coming on up here and rocking out with us. To everybody who supported the show, shout out to my bro Joe, who's always rocking out with us. Ether in this situation. Embrace the grace in this place. Corporal, Jerry Cherokee, Miss Brenda, Paris Coleman in this situation. I appreciate you guys for supporting the show. Shout out to my bro Eric in this situation for rocking with us, supporting the show with the Cash App. If with nothing else, people, I promise you, we're out of here.